Okay. Welcome everyone to the Community and Infrastructure Service Committee meeting. Today's we have quite a few items on the agenda. Do we have a mover for the consent items? Councillor Davey. Any questions? So let me get back to the screen. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Items for under discussion. Item number 2, cycling master plan update. Not sure if we have a presentation from Mr. Edmund. Anytime you're ready, Mr. Joseph.
Yeah, thanks. So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks for providing me with an opportunity to give you a bit of an update on the past year of cycling and give some context on our cycling master plan and the progress that we're making. I've been in the position about 2 years now, and I'm really glad to see the momentum that's being created at the community level. And I'm here to kind of go through some of those updates with you today. So, as you know, Kitchener has our cycling master plan, and I've highlighted some of the key objectives on this slide, in that we hope to install over 100 kilometers of bikeways in the community over the next 10 to 20 years. And we also have a goal of doubling the number of bike trips every 3 to 5 years. So very bold goals, and hopefully will take us further to becoming a more bike-friendly community. One of the key aspects of the plan that I personally really like is how we talk about attracting new cyclists. So getting people of all ages and abilities and walks of life to start thinking of cycling as a mode of transportation and also as a fun thing to do. And you notice that in some of the world cycling capitals that, everyone's doing it. So we have this great cycling master plan, and one of the objectives in it talks about creating a marketing plan to promote cycling, and that's really what the Bike Kitchener platform is that we created. So we developed these logos through our internal communications department, and it's really our platform to engage with residents, provide them with information on cycling events and initiatives, give them resources, let them know about upcoming projects, and it's been very successful so far. So We've really done the mandate of reaching out to people. We've reached about 30,000 social media users through activity on Facebook and Twitter. We had about 10,000 website hits to our website. Got covered in the local media about 25 different times, so that's really good exposure to kind of get the word out about cycling events and activities. And we also developed about 20 community partnerships with various organizations, and building partnerships and expanding our ability to do programs and initiatives. One of the key ways that we got so much exposure was actually becoming one of the first cities in Ontario to create a shared type of roadway where cyclists and motorists can travel single file. And that was really great at creating exposure for cycling in the community, in addition to the artistic bike racks that we put downtown. So the Sharrows and the bike racks together really created a very different kind of vibe downtown, and really emphasized that we are moving to become more bike friendly. A lot of positive community feedback, but it's also important to recognize that things don't change overnight, and so there are still challenges that we're faced with. But we're making progress, and we realize that we really did need a very strong education and communications platform moving forward. You couldn't just do something like this and then leave it. You really had to follow up, and that's what we did. So we had a very strong presence at all of the major downtown events. So we were at the Oktoberfest parade, and Bike Kitchener actually had a parade float that won second place. We were at Blues Fest, Kids Park, Canada Day. So really just going to where people already are coming and providing them with information on the Sharrows, handing out bike maps, distributing cycling surveys, talking about our cycling master plan. And again, because all of these events are located downtown, it means really great exposure for people to start seeing these things and thinking a little bit differently about the approach that we're taking. We also launched our own special event in last May, which is called Bike Fest. So really, it served as the community's launch into the cycling season. And for a first-time event, we had a very good turnout. About over 1,500 people came out. We had free food, live music, bike tune-ups, and various different activities going on. And the reason for that is that we wanted it to be not just something for cyclists, but for just everyday people walking down the street, trying to lure them in so that we could provide them with information on what we were up to. And we are working on Bike Fest 2014, which is tentatively scheduled for June 1st this year. We also recognize that you can't just do one big event. You have to kind of continue doing multiple things throughout the summer to kind of foster that downtown culture and get more people biking. And so we scheduled a series of 3 events that happen throughout the summer, both during the daytime and also in the afternoon and evenings. Really as an opportunity to get people together in a group, take the lane in a group setting, get more comfortable. And we had about 350 cyclists get involved who generated over $2,000 for local businesses at the various establishments that we stopped at. And a lot of positive media coverage around it and good community building activities with groups like Clipped Outdoors, Queen Street Yoga, various downtown restaurants. And it's important to note here that we do plan to continue these initiatives again next summer and expand upon them. So it is something that people want to see more of, and we are responding to that. We also have our annual Bike to Work Challenge that this past June was the second time that we did it. And basically it provides an opportunity for participants to win a free bike through Ziggy Cycle if they commit to cycling to work for a 1-month period. And we choose participants varying in age, gender, background to kind of emphasize that, again, cycling is something that anyone can do. And through an informal survey with participants, about 90% of them are still continuing cycling after the challenge. And these are people that actually, most of them have never biked before. So providing them with that opportunity was really great at changing behavior. And we actually, Ziggy Cycle was nominated and won the National Bike Trade Association of Canada award for their efforts in this challenge, beating out competitors from big cities like Toronto, Vancouver, Calgary. So it's really good to see that our area is also starting to be recognized. Some other bike-friendly initiatives that we launched in the summer, we created a free bike map that shows on and off-road bikeways, secure bike parking facilities, and we also use it as a tool to provide info on the Sharrows and other cycling information, rules of the road, that kind of thing. We originally printed about 2,000 copies, and we got rid of them in about a month and a half. So we ordered more, and it was served to be a really popular item for community members. We also launched a cycling survey, which was available online and paper copies as well. And it's an informal survey that really sheds a lot of insight on the demographics of cycling in Kitchener. What are some of the barriers? Why are people not cycling? What would make them want to cycle more? And again, about 1,300 people completed that survey, which emphasizes the interest in these kind of things. And the results, we're compiling them now and should be made available for spring of this year. And we're going to launch it in a cool-looking infographic. We also were awarded with a Bike Friendly Community Award this past year. So this is an award that's given away from the Share the Road Cycling Coalition, which is a provincial organization. And communities win when they demonstrate achievements in a variety of categories that are listed here. Some of them include education, encouragement, enforcement. And we do have future goals of applying again and achieving hopefully a silver, gold, and platinum. So continuing to grow on that. Now, I talked a lot about events and activities and community engagement, but it's also important to emphasize the infrastructure that is associated with cycling. Basically because if you build it, you will see cyclists come. And so our cycling master plan talks about our network, and it's split into 2 categories. So the priority network is projects that are relatively easy to implement, and they're really great at filling gaps in the network and creating connections for people. And the long-term network is something that's more of a longer-term goal, aligning with capital and development projects and that sort of thing. So as outlined in the report, we've kind of identified an implementation strategy for moving forward. So rather than looking at cycling projects on a year-to-year basis, we're projecting out further and looking at projects that we can implement over a 5-year period. And the reason for doing this is really to maximize our opportunities to invest in cycling infrastructure and align with, upcoming capital infrastructure works, resurfacing works, and also responding to community trends. So if we find that there's a large number of cyclists using a certain roadway, maybe we would redirect our attention to accommodate that. It's also important to note that as the network is implemented, new opportunities or constraints may come up. So we really are treating it as a living document and kind of going with it as we go along and seeing what opportunities and barriers come up. So I've prepared a little map here that kind of outlines all the projects that are listed in the report, just to provide you with a very rough visual. So these are some of the lines and projects that have been implemented prior to 2013, and then you see what's been added in 2013, in 2014, 15, 16, 17. So you're kind of seeing the network starting to expand. Again, these are not all set in stone, and as the report says, it's subject to annual review by staff and the Cycling Advisory Committee, but this gives us a rough idea of where our focus is going to be over the next 5 years. And there's 2018, sorry. So just in closing, I wanted to review the report recommendations again, that the priority network strategy that is identified in the report be endorsed, and also recognizing that any new streets that we do identify to fill the gaps in the network will undergo some sort of public consultation process and council approval prior to implementation. So that's basically the report summary in a nutshell. I just wanted to end with saying that I'm very pleased with the momentum that things are going in the community, and I think if we continue on this path, we're really on our way to becoming a platinum bike-friendly community. Thanks.
I think we have a delegation here to speak on the item, and I prefer to have the delegation speak before we ask questions. Can Krista Robos please come forward? Well, welcome, Krista. You have a time limit of 5 minutes to pass along your points.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Krista Robus. I'm the director of an organization called Clipped Outdoors. Clipped Outdoors aims to encourage, motivate, support, and facilitate women and the ones that support them in active outdoor recreation. Numerous studies have shown that at a grassroots level, if you wish to change the direction of your community, it is the women you must address first. If you want to get people participating in physical recreation, you must engage the women first. Cycling is one of the activities that Clipped Outdoors encourages most. We've all heard the statistics. We know that being active, even in small amounts, on a daily basis dramatically reduces risks of stroke, as well as heart problems, diabetes, and obesity, among other things. But according to one study done by City of Toronto Public Health, engaging people in cycling as a form of daily transportation saves millions in healthcare. Let's forget for just a moment that cycling reduces carbon emissions, greenhouse gases, is one of the most accessible forms of transportation, builds confidence, and strengthens communities. It saves millions of dollars in healthcare. That alone is huge. So what stops people? What stops parents from taking their children out for a bike ride on a Sunday afternoon? Why don't we see the beautiful new secure bike storage lockers packed to the brim on a Thursday? Studies again and again across both Canada and the US list one reason: safety. Women are scared. They are afraid for themselves, and they are even more afraid for their children. Through partnership programs with Bike Kitchener, like as Josh mentioned, Bike Yoga, Friday Night Bike Social, We've certainly been able to encourage and motivate individuals to get on their bikes. We can support them by facilitating safe learning environments for new riders. But that alone is not enough. We need designated cycling infrastructure. The City of Kitchener Cycling Master Plan has outlined numerous areas of suggested improvements. It is only, though, with continued focus and active initiatives that the goals of the Cycling Master Plan will be realized. It is with that that I and Clipped Outdoors fully support and welcome the implementation strategy of the Priority Cycling Network. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez, is that a question for staff or delegations? Krista? Come back. We have members of council have some questions for you.
I was so excited there.
Wait a second. Oh, I didn't see that, sorry. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Fernandez.
Okay, just a quick question. Thanks for coming in, Krista, and I was part of your Friday night group just one time. I wish I'd had more time to do it. In starting up that evening, because this was the first summer you did it, did you see an increase in attendance, and was it demographically clear of who was coming more than in the beginning than the end?
So, to answer your first question, did we see an increase in attendance? Absolutely. Beginning with our very first program here in Kitchener-Waterloo region, we started with Wednesday night bike yoga program. That was in partnership with both City of Kitchener, Bike Kitchener, as well as Queen Street Yoga. Our very first week, we had 15 individuals who participated, both men and women, although most were between the ages of 25, to address your issue of demographics, 25 and approximately 45. By the end of the bike yoga program 4 weeks later, we had 35 individuals participating regularly, again, men, women, but also children. And our demographics had expanded between the ages of 8 and 70. That is a huge range. To be addressing such a wide array of individuals is incredible. Now, with our Friday night bike socials, the same thing. We began with approximately 4 individuals for the first 2 weeks. Then it jumped to 5 and 6, eventually leading up to approximately 15 individuals consistently coming out, supporting City of Kitchener restaurants, encouraging cycling within the City of Kitchener. Again, these were men, women, and sometimes even their children as well.
That's great. Thank you very much for being part of that initiative, and I think I think we'll see it growing. You said safety is one of the biggest concerns.
Absolutely.
So, do you see that these initiatives and these 2 events that you talked about, the Wednesday night yoga and the Friday night social, was it because people were sort of riding in a visible group, that sense of safety, or was it because of where you rode?
So first and foremost, I would say visibility. People traditionally are afraid of not being seen by the cars they're riding beside. And as a single cyclist, I myself often feel that sense of, oh, does this driver see me? Can I ding my bell loud enough? Can I blink my light fast enough that they'll see me there? All of our rides took place on local City of Kitchener roadways. We used the Sharrows, we used secure bike lanes, we used local trails. So there was such an array of infrastructure visited that I don't think in any one space or place someone would say, oh, well, that ride took place on a separated bike lane only, so that was safer. Riders often commented on how safe they felt riding in a group. And so something we really tried to encourage riders to do was get out in smaller groups on their own with their friends and their family and their partners and their kids. And more often than not, we heard comments that cyclists were going out and expanding on the tips and tricks they had learned in these group environments to further their own cycling abilities independently.
Great, great. Well, thank you again. I look forward to participating next year as soon as the weather gets better. I'm not a winter cyclist like some of our members are, but thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, that's all their questions for you,
Excellent.
Krista. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We do have one other member, one other delegation, Victoria Van Capellen. Welcome, Victoria.
Thank you. It's my first time talking to a group like this. So, good afternoon. My name is Victoria Van Capellen, and I am a concerned citizen and mother of 3 living near Center in the Square in Kitchener. I lived in the Netherlands for 9 years, from 1999 to 2008. I owned a bike, but not a car, and so I have firsthand experience with Dutch bike infrastructure and public transportation. Most people, even some Dutch, believe their cycle paths have always been there, an impossible cycling utopia we could never reproduce anywhere else. I'm here today to dispel this myth. Let's start with the history. The Dutch system of cycle paths we know today is less than 40 years old. After World War II, the Dutch had to rebuild their country. Household incomes increased dramatically, and so too did the number of cars, along with demand for wider roads, shorter travel times, and bigger parking lots in the city centers. But with this shift to car-centric traffic planning came an increase in accident-related deaths, 3,300 in 1971 alone, 400 of them school-aged children. The Dutch took to the streets in outrage, demanding safer streets for all. At the same time, the 1973 oil crisis hit, and the Dutch Prime Minister called for the country to reduce its reliance on fossil fuels. Ever-increasing protests called for more, better quality cycling and pedestrian infrastructure, and the politicians responded by building the first modern segregated bike routes in Tilburg and The Hague in 1975. Build it and they will come proved true. Cycling rates today in the Netherlands count for more than 1/3 of all urban trips. Can the Dutch design standards for cycle paths work here in Kitchener? Yes, they can. I have used the system on a daily basis, and I've researched its design. The Dutch system has achieved the best safety record and the highest cycling rates in the world. Drivers benefit as cyclists are removed altogether from the busiest and fastest roads. Any and all design issues involving segregated cycle paths and traffic calming measures that skeptics say can't work here have already been addressed by the Dutch over the past 40 years, such as emergency vehicle access, intersections, left turns, and driveways. People of all ages, from 8 to 80, and all lifestyles can cycle, even in inclement weather. Urban cycling does not require you to don spandex or take a shower after every trip. Do we have the urban density to support such a system? Surprisingly, yes. Kitchener and Waterloo each have around 1,600 people per square kilometer, the same population density as 's-Hertogenbosch, which was named the most cycle-friendly city in the Netherlands for 2011. The region of Waterloo, with 370 people per square kilometer, has nearly the same population density as the Netherlands itself. Could we afford to build such a system? Absolutely. The Dutch spent 487 million euros on bike infrastructure nationally in 2011, or on average 470 million euros per year. That amounts to $42 per person per year. To put this into context, Kitchener currently spends $200,000, or less than $1 per person per year, on cycling infrastructure and education. The Waterloo Regional Transportation Master Plan, which includes the LRT but not cycling infrastructure, calls for spending $837.4 million over the next 5 years, or $330 per person per year. If we follow the Dutch people's example, the same design standards, the same proportional level of financial commitment, and the same educational support, we too could have their system in even less time. We don't even need to redevelop the city or experiment with traffic design. We just need to roll out the green asphalt. What would this mean? a huge boost in image as a young progressive city, national, even international recognition, retention of best and brightest young IT talent, less frustrated drivers. Simply put, a livable city and a wonderful quality of life. Honorable Chair, members of the committee, the Dutch have shown us that if we can build a system of safe, attractive, connected cycle tracks, people will use it. We can afford it, and it will certainly work with our current urban density. Kitchener Cycling Master Plan needs active support of this council. That means increased, sustained funding and much more action on the ground. As Nelson Mandela once said, it always seems impossible until it's done. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have some questions for you.
By the way, I have a fact sheet and I have some images. I wasn't able to present a PowerPoint presentation, but if you're interested, I can hand you each a fact sheet.
You have copies of that?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You can. The clerk will pass those copies along for you.
I have a fact sheet for everybody, but I don't think I have a presentation copy for everybody, but
That's okay.
Grand.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Victoria, and you're certainly speaking to my heart in a number of ways, being Dutch myself, and having ridden in. I know the Fernandez last name really throws people until they see that I'm blonde. Having ridden there again just recently in October, I can truly attest to what you're talking about and how it does make it so much safer. I know your goals are pretty lofty. I mean, when you're saying we are only spending $1 per person, and the Netherlands spent $40 per person. Where would you see the sort of our first? You saw the map that Josh Joseph put up, and you saw some of the connections and some of the anticipated trail connections that are going to happen over the next 4 years. If you were to pick one or two areas right now that you would see would be doable, would be good. I think we're doing some great first steps, but maybe next steps. Are there some things that you could speak to right now about that, or is it something that you'd like to address offline or at the cycling committee?
King Street. I think if we had a good segregated cycle path running up King Street from downtown Kitchener to uptown Waterloo, that would connect the entire city. It would be within 1 kilometer of the majority of residents. There are a huge number of condominium high-rises going up on King Street already. University of Waterloo, BlackBerry, all the IT industry, pharmacy, School of Pharmacy, they're all located near or off of King Street. Currently, the LRT is being planned, and if I understand correctly from my inquiries, there is no cycling infrastructure being planned to be included with this LRT.
Okay, all right, that's a good point. Thank you. There's just looking at the dynamics of the demographics that are sitting here in council chambers today. A lot of people here are drivers, and very few of us are avid cyclists. If you were to give a message to those drivers who are pretty committed to, getting in their car to go to the grocery store, to go to their appointments, to go to their jobs, as a clearly an avid cyclist, and I'm assuming you cycle with your children on a regular basis, daily basis?
No, actually, no, I don't. But I do take them to karate on a bicycle. So I can speak as a driver and as a cyclist. It is not very comfortable to be driving with cyclists on the road. I personally am not comfortable with the liability. Fine, if it makes sure that I can get to my destination without the horror of killing somebody, I think that's well worth it. It slows traffic down. Having cyclists off the road, I think would make it more comfortable on particular roads. Obviously, the Dutch segregate their cycling in terms of the busiest and the highest volumes and the fastest traffic. So in residential areas, their speed limits are 30 kilometers per hour on regular. And in looking back, the fantastic thing about Google Maps is you can go back. I can go back to my old neighborhood and I can look and see. And I wasn't a driver there, but it was funny, I finally looked at the speed limit, and most of the places within town where I was cycling with traffic, it was 30 kilometers per hour. It was better for everybody. So drivers would have the time and the space to react, to be able to handle cyclists. I think everybody would feel more comfortable, drivers and cyclists included, and
Great.
pedestrians.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very
and
much
your
for letting me
passion.
speak today.
There might be other
Oh, no,
questions.
there's-
Don't go yet.
there's one more question for you. One more, Councillor. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I think it was very good. I've been over to Amsterdam and been able to see some of the segregated bike lanes. My question for you is, back when the Dutch were doing this, and really starting to implement it, what kind of education program did they use in order to educate people on the transition that was going to be made, and also the transition that the automobiles were going to have to make, especially with regards to intersections? Because, well, once you get used to it, it works well. But how did you get people on board to really understand how to negotiate intersections when you've got the segregated bike lane and you've got the automobiles?
Okay, sorry, to first address for education, actually they have little, for the kids, they start very young. Actually, it looks like a mother duck with little ducklings as she's, you can see when the kids have to start riding out on the street. And they have actually little mini traffic cities and little traffic towns at the schools where they can let the kids learn how to handle themselves in traffic. So they teach Dutch children from a very young age how to behave in traffic as a cyclist. Children regularly cycle to school on their own, and I knew a lot of high school students that would travel an hour or more to the high school of their choice on bike by themselves. There are no school buses. As far as handling intersections, one of the interesting things as far as the information packet, I have found some interesting ideas about how to adapt a North American intersection to the Dutch sort of cycle, where you have a segregated cycle path coming in. You would create safety islands, and part of the nice thing about these safety islands is that it creates a sharper turn. So again, you're getting motorists to slow down, that they have the time to look and react. Having a segregated cycle path immediately would bring their vision to the cyclist. Okay, so whether it's a green asphalt or red asphalt, your eye immediately looks to that zone to check if cyclists are coming. As a driver, I have been in situations where I've looked, and I swore I looked, and I didn't see the cyclists because they were sort of riding in the middle of the street, and it wasn't quite where I was expecting them. So it brings your eye right to where it needs to be, and slowing down, you have the time to react. Obviously, cyclists have to pay attention to the lights. If you're turning left, the idea would be, as a segregated cycle path, you would have to cross twice. It looks almost like a roundabout design. So you would instead of coming out into the middle of the intersection, you would continue on your segregated path. You would come across the first intersection and then merge with the other direction, and then you would cross again in order to achieve the left-hand turn. But the nice thing, at no time you're in the middle of traffic, bolting into the lane. Does that make sense? It's on, I think it's in the middle page.
Yep. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah,
it's
a visual thing.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. No, that's great. I just think it's important to understand how, using best practices from people who have already adapted to something like this is important. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and I guess just to add, I've heard some people say it's hard to see cyclists when you're suddenly only intersecting at, they're not on the road with you. But my experience it's definitely shown me otherwise. At no time did I ever feel unsafe on the Dutch roadways.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Capellen. Okay, do we have anyone on the member of committee who would like to move the recommendation? Councillor Verbanovich. Yeah, we will have questions with staff now. I'm going to go with Councillor Glenn Graham because you had clocked in earlier.
Thanks very much, and really enjoyed the presentation. I'd like to ask about how we're networking with the Tourism Bureau for some of the initiatives we're doing. I understand they're focused on bicycling, but I was wondering if we're promoting what we're doing extensively online.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I actually had an opportunity to meet some staff from the Bureau at a conference, and they did mention that they wanted to do a lot of things around like signage and wayfinding. So as we develop our own signage and wayfinding strategy this year, I think that there's lots of opportunities to tie in with tourism that way. So it will be a continued discussion that I have with them, and I think they're a natural partner to tie in with. So
Great. And in terms of our map, is that online as well with the Tourism Bureau? Our cycling map?
our cycling map's on our website.
Right.
Yeah. So if they'd like to link it to theirs, I think, yeah, if that's a possibility, I'll get in touch. And
that would be a good idea, I think, just to make sure, because some people might not get as far. You just want one-stop shopping if you can.
Yeah.
So congratulations on getting the bronze standard. That's fantastic, and we're lucky to have your efforts. What do we need to do to get to the platinum level? Does that, if we execute the 5-year plan, where will we be in your estimation, and what do we need to do to elevate our game to get to that platinum level?
I think it's important to look at other cities that have kind of achieved maybe like a gold status. So for example, City of Ottawa recently got the gold award, so they're not even at platinum yet, and they're investing like millions of dollars into cycling and building new trail connections and that sort of thing. So I think as long as we continue on that path, then we will get there. But definitely I think we need to explore, other funding opportunities, and like you said, like partnerships, right? From the work that I've done, we've been able to get and increase our funding from $200,000 by partnering with other organizations. So that's kind of what I see as a sure way of getting there, is like continuing to build on the community interest and like we're all in it together kind of approach.
I did like Victoria's suggestion about per capita dollar investment. I think that would be helpful to compare us to Ottawa, to London, to other places that we usually use as comparison benchmarks. So that would be interesting to know when we come to look at the master plan, how much we're investing compared to other communities. So yeah, thank you for your work.
Thanks.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Josh. And as a cycling advisory committee member, I'm always excited to see our updates. One of the questions I do have is around the priority network implementation strategy on 2-7. So you've listed a number of streets that are planned for 2014 and forward. How did you decide on these streets, and is it possible to go back to that map that you were showing where all the different connections were happening?
So to develop the 5-year priority network strategy, we actually got the information from our engineering department on their capital reconstruction schedule, on their resurfacing schedule, and also with our traffic calming priority listing. So we were trying to kind of align all of those things together and determining when it would be most appropriate to do certain projects. So you'll notice in some of my comments here, I do list align with traffic calming review or scheduled resurfacing in a certain year. Because those schedules tend to change on an annual basis, although not drastically, they can. That's why there's also that language in here that it does require us to look at this every year and see, if we're still on the same page. Do we need to revisit certain things? And also this was vetted through the Cycling Advisory Committee, as you know, so they also had an opportunity to provide comments and key areas that they'd like to see addressed. For example, Cortland and Sterling, or the Iron Horse Trail rail crossing. So having the group there to give those comments, I think, is really important, and I consistently go to the committee for that feedback.
Okay, and I guess the reason I'm asking is there was one that jumped out at me that's in my ward on Battler Road, and it's not even quite a half a kilometre. just wondering, I mean, it's not even really a connection point, I suppose. I guess what we're doing is putting in bicycle lane, so it's really just paint that we're doing along
Right.
that stretch.
Yeah.
But just wondering if there was, have you ever thought about, if you're hearing from councillors in particular wards that are saying, you know what, that money could be used to extend further on a particular street. Is that something that you would be considering, or would you be sort of redesignating the money for other work on other streets?
I think it makes sense to have those conversations for sure. And I think I've mentioned in this report too that we will have to get into detailed plans when we come to council for approval. So that's when we'll be able to kind of see, does this actually lead to a connection? You know, what's the rationale for doing this certain street? But again, if we discover that, hey, you know what, it might make sense to put this project on hold and focus on another one, then we're always willing to have those conversations.
Right, and I think that's kind of what I'm alluding to is we all know our community and our wards a little bit differently in a different way from the comments we get from our citizens. So might I suggest that if there are councillors who are looking at this list saying, oh, you know, I don't know about this is the right location for this bike lane or this, that they speak to you in advance so that you can say, well, okay, we'll allocate that money to another area where we can advance this area sooner. Would be that reasonable?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
Thanks.
great, thank you. And I think that was the only other question I had, but thank you for the presentation, and of course, looking forward to exciting things to come in 2014.
Thanks.
Councillor Verbanovich.
Thanks. I have one question, and then if there aren't more questions, I can also make my comments just on the motion.
Sure.
And the question I have was just with respect to the Sharrows, Josh. They seem to have been a success. Obviously, there's some folks that are still trying to figure out what they mean as they drive behind the cyclists, and patience has become a virtue for a few of those folks while they get acquainted with them. From your perspective, how successful has the trial been, and what are the plans in terms of expanding it, if any?
So I mentioned when I took the original report to council a year ago that we did do kind of like a before and after study. So we'll be pursuing the after portion this May, and perhaps once again in September. So we'll have more of a rough idea on numbers and that sort of thing. But I do see that there are still challenges with it, right? We put this infrastructure in, and you know, as Victoria alluded to, people don't really feel that safe or comfortable yet. And that's why I was mentioning that these things do take time. And so we do have plans to actually expand the network, particularly in downtown, do more education, but not just for cyclists, also targeting motorists as well. I think, you know, we did our best this year in terms of educating, and we did reach out to a lot of people, but we have to continue moving forward with that. I think so far so good, but there's still work to do.
Yeah, no, and that was sort of my sense. I mean, you know, without a doubt, on a few occasions, I've seen folks not being as hospitable as maybe they should be as they drive by a cyclist, and yet, you know, others who get it and are doing what they're supposed to do. But just very briefly, from a common point of view, Mr. Chair, I want to applaud the work that Josh and the Cycling Committee have been doing. I think the comments and the input from the presentation today and from the delegations has been very informative. It was great looking through, and having been to Amsterdam myself, I think probably one of the things that struck me the most when I was there was not just the dedicated cycling lanes, but the fact that they have cycling level traffic signals in many parts of Amsterdam along those pathways. And it certainly is a culture shift that won't happen overnight, but one that I think we can strive for, and speaks towards the kind of sustainable community we're looking for in the future. And just want to really applaud you on the great work. I know in speaking with folks who are involved in cycling Ontario-wide and nationally, they both spoke very highly of you and the work that we're doing in the City of Kitchener. I just wanted to recognize you for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Galloway, CLOC.
Yeah, I heard, I'm going to follow up on something Councillor Fernandez asked with regards to how you came up with the justification of the priorities, which I don't disagree with. But if we're looking at that as the rationale, how do we work on newer neighborhoods that might not have the infrastructure needs and improvements? Because I've gone through the list, and I don't believe there's one street or one upgrade that's happening in Ward 5 specifically, and I don't want to make this ward related, but how do we get those improvements in other areas where they don't have the infrastructure needs from the engineering and the traffic calming department?
Sorry, were you mentioning new developments at all, or you're just talking about?
Well, you can touch on both new developments and existing developments.
Okay.
So, but it's newer infrastructure. So you've said that your justification for the priority is based on the engineering and traffic calming. Well, we need traffic calming in Ward 5. We're just not as needy as some other areas right now. But how do we get them included, or other areas for that matter? It's just my area of expertise is Ward 5.
Yeah. Okay, so to address the first part in terms of new developments, I think that there's lots of opportunities for us to be proactive and actually just put this infrastructure in as new subdivisions are being built. So those opportunities are obviously being explored, and we'll continue to do that as these new projects come in. In terms of existing neighborhoods and kind of getting new projects to happen. We are taking a new approach this year in terms of performance monitoring and evaluation, which is a big part of the cycling master plan. So not just putting stuff in, but actually measuring, like, is it making an impact? Are our ridership numbers increasing? And we do actually have the capacity now to start counting cyclists on trails, on road, throughout different parts of the city. So for example, in particular to Road 5, maybe we put out, some bike tube counters in strategic areas of that ward and see what the numbers tell us. And if they tell us something that alludes to, hey, we should probably put some infrastructure in here, then I think that we would be willing to look at that. And that applies for this whole list, right? Is that now that we have that capacity, we really should be starting to do that on a year-to-year basis. Just targeting key areas, seeing what the numbers tell us, and then making decisions from that.
Okay, that's good to hear. Another question that I have is, and I'm sorry if I missed this in the report, but we have the type in all of the charts that you have, and you have bike lanes, and then you have bicycle priority street, and then there's also, you have signage as one of them. What's the difference? What's a bicycle priority street?
So bike priority streets are identified in the cycling master plan, and if you look at them, they kind of provide a list of, what that means. Basically, a mix of making the street priority for bikes. So like the way I kind of would explain that is, think of the Sharrows in downtown Kitchener, right? Is that we're putting bikes as having the priority in that road right of way. So similarly, we would do that same kind of approach for all of those other bike priority networks. It could be mixed with, potentially speed bumps, lights for cyclists. There's a bunch of different things that are listed in the cycling plan that can be used as a toolkit. So it's basically just putting bikes at the priority for those streets.
And so when it comes to the year where that would be implemented, then, so just for example, let's use Church Street, which is in 2014. What is being proposed? Will we see what's being proposed before it happens?
Yeah, because we just kind of listed the projects, but we still have to go in, do a detailed analysis, see what the road widths are, see what we're going to propose, and it could be a long list of potential solutions, right? So at this point, I don't really know. I couldn't tell you, but that'll come to council, and you'll have to approve that as a council.
So that's like a traffic calming review. Basically, you're saying you're gonna look at those streets in that year, and then you'll come forward with her.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know. And my only other question is with regards to, I really like the presentation, and I really like the idea of segregated. Oh, really like the segregated, I didn't know we were implementing that today, but okay. I really like the segregated bike lanes. Have we had any discussions with the region with respect to looking at that on some of our more regional roads? Because I think that will get our best bang for our buck at regional roads to start with.
Yeah. The region of Waterloo does. The region does have an active transportation master plan, so they set out a bunch of streets that they're looking at. So it's worthwhile to look at that plan and see what they have listed. I do have a good working relationship with my counterparts at the region, so definitely I think, and we're starting to this year and moving forward that we should really just be partnering and working on projects together, especially because cyclists traverse the boundaries of our communities, right? Like they don't see a defining line between Kitchener, Waterloo, Cambridge. So as a whole, we should all just be pooling our resources together. Although I don't have a definite answer now, it's something that we will be looking at, and I think that there's opportunities there.
Am I allowed to ask one quick? Or did we implement the rules? Because if we did, that's fine. I'll ring back in.
We haven't, I thought we implemented.
Have we passed the bylaw with the new effective meeting rules? Okay,
ahead,
sorry.
Kelly.
I just want, with regards to the region, I know that we're working on Fisher Hallman Road from basically almost from Ottawa to Bleams, and we had some discussions with regards to bike lanes there. I'd just like to see if you can follow up with the region to see if we can give second thought, because I think they've decided to do the not the segregated on-road. So that might be an opportunity that we can look at in the near future to maybe implement something like that.
And sorry, what section was that?
I believe it's close to Ottawa. It's not the intersection of Ottawa, but it's just past the intersection of Ottawa to Bleams. There's going to be road widening there. I can touch base with the details.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, just quickly, I wanted to, first of all, as a summer cyclist, again, just summer, I would compliment you on this report, this fabulous report. And before making the other comments, want you to know that I'd go far beyond what we're doing as a council to improve the local cycling environment. So no problem there. I wanted to ask you, within all of this work, what you're doing in way of what I see as education, maybe public relations, to do with cyclists to improve what I see as their public image to others, some cyclists, involving bells, warnings coming up behind people, that kind of thing, which has happened to me all the time. Growing up in England, what I notice here is the absence of lights at night. As I'm driving, it can be very dangerous. And just general behavior in way of obeying street signs. And again, growing up in England, I would be, as a kid, I would be hauled over by the police if I didn't obey. So I just wanted to ask you about that in way of what you're doing in way of education and PR, because I think until you grab the entire community, you're not going to be able to go far enough with all this work. Mm-hmm. It's a big subject. But.
Yeah, so in the past year, a lot of the focus was on Kitchener specifically, whereas in 2014 and beyond, you're going to see, the projects aren't finalized yet, but you're going to see a widespread cycling motorist education campaign that I'm leading in partnership with Ministry of Transportation, Canadian Automobile Association, and the other two municipalities. So I recognize that, I hear what you're saying, that like just us alone probably isn't enough, and so we are looking at broadening that and kind of getting those partners on board and doing a lot of different education for both users, because I think it needs to come to both. Yeah. Cars and bikes. It can't just be targeted to one. So,
okay, I appreciate that. Thank
you. Councillor Gazzola.
I would like to get a little more information from you as to how you assess the increase in ridership. I hear a lot. you have functions where a lot of people come out for a specific afternoon, or you have people tweeting and Facebooking, and but where do we get some accurate figures as to the change in ridership? Now, the reason I ask this is I'm a fairly fanatic cyclist for the last 6 or 7 years. I do a lot of cycling, and it's my main source of transportation when the snow isn't flying. But I'm not seeing great increases in cyclists. I hear of all the things, and I totally agree with everything that's going on. I think this is great. I'd love to live in Holland. I'd love to be anywhere at this time of the year other than here. But I'm not seeing it. So what ridership information can you give me to convince me that things are changing?
So, as I alluded to Councillor Galloway, we are in the position now to start counting cyclists on our trails and roadways. That's probably the best way we're going to know how ridership is being increased or decreased in the city. At this point now, I can't provide that information. We haven't really done them. A lot of cities don't typically. They pass active transportation master plans, but they don't follow up and do the data analysis piece. So I think the fact that we're now ready to approach that as soon as this summer is really good news. And I think that'll help us kind of justify year to year, are our numbers increasing? And just continuing to do those kind of things. I'm currently exploring potentially doing like a cycling GPS study, which was done in the region a couple of years ago. You know, you give a GPS to a cyclist, you see where they go. And so it kind of gives us an idea of where people are even traveling. So the more kind of analysis we do, I think the better position we'll be in to answer those questions.
I'll be watching. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
I wasn't sure if this was time for comments as well. I'll hold off. I just wanted to make a quick comment.
Go ahead and make your comment.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to recognize the folks from the Cycling Advisory Committee and the great work they've done in guiding this. There's a lot of detail on the recent legislation and recommendations that have come out, and you've done a great job. In terms of the new community standards, I'm not sure of where we're at with the new communities in our trail systems, but I think that's something that we should certainly be doing as best practices, separated laneways in new communities. But I also think that we can do better in terms of retrofitting our infrastructure, and I think we're starting to do that in the city. But beyond that, I think that we need to be apolitical in terms of this, because it's so important. It should go beyond the municipal terms of council. So I'm glad it's a 5-year plan, that you're planning that way. And just beyond that, I think that this represents an evolution for our city in terms of our thinking to become much more environmentally friendly. And I think that the initiatives are small, but they start to add up to a cultural shift. And I think that the drivers that are starting to be cyclists are starting to be more respectful, and I think the critical mass of people on the street downtown that we've witnessed in the good weather has been evidence of that. So I'm looking forward to seeing more about the evolution this year and next year.
Councillor Verbanovich, did you?
Oh yeah, just one quick point. And I know there was extensive citizen engagement in the whole cycling master plan. But as we go forward in terms of the implementation of particular roads and so on, I would just want to make sure that we continue to engage communities in the work that's being done, so that A, they're aware of it, but it just provides ongoing opportunities for you to A, find out if there's going to be problems and how to address them, but also to tell the cycling story and engage more citizens in it.
Yeah, and I mean, further to that, like the response we got for the online survey that we did, it shows that people are willing to sit down and take 10 minutes out of their day and fill out a cycling survey to give comments on how they think it could be better. So I definitely hear you on that, and we'll be doing more of those surveys in the future.
Councillor Ineski.
You alluded to, in your PowerPoint presentation, to Sharrows that were introduced to us last year. Did you find that they were a success or not from the certain amount that was put on King Street, and is there an intent to expand on it?
I mean, it's a difficult question to answer in terms of the Sharrow itself as being success, because there's other components to sharing the road, right? So we need to talk about our culture as a whole, our road users respecting each other. I mean, at the end of the day, Sharrows are just pavement markings on a road, and I think it lends itself to increased visibility and making people feel comfortable. But there's so many other factors at play to kind of truly create a shared street in a downtown, and we're trying to tackle those through the other initiatives that we're doing. I think if I would gauge it in terms of success, I would say yes, because of the positive community feedback, right? So, you know, at the time that I brought that originally to council, I spoke with a lot of different groups, businesses downtown, advisory committees, members of the public, and the response was positive. I mean, we still have issues with cyclists on the sidewalk and drivers, you know, not following the rules of the road. That stuff's going to be there for a while, but the positive community response should be enough to know that we're on the right track. And again, like the streets downtown that are too narrow, let's say, to accommodate separated infrastructure, we do plan probably to continue rolling that out, but we won't know that until we do a detailed plan of those streets.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we don't have any more comments or questions on there, so the item has been moved by Councillor Verbanovich. All those in favor? Opposed? Item's carried. Thank you, Josh, for all your work that you've done, and it's very commendable, and it's the right direction, and we hope to see more segregated bike lanes. Thank you.
Thanks.
They're not able to hear me? Okay. Next item for discussion is the Cycling Advisory Committee bylaw review recommendation and annual update. I'm not sure who is giving a presentation. Or is this, oh, it's Mary Sale from the Cycling Advisory Committee. Welcome, Mary.
Thank you. Members of, you know, we've typically done an annual update to give you a sense of what's been happening in the cycling area, and Josh has obviously given us quite a bit today, so I'll try to move through this quickly, although I don't see, oh, there. Okay. So essentially, we would like to do some status updates on the priorities that the advisory committee set over the past 2 years, give a very quick overview of some of the other things that have happened this year, and then just focus on our priorities for the coming year. So I'll skip over to the first of our priorities from past years, which was the Iron Horse Trail crossing with the rail line at Victoria Park. As you know, that was a huge safety issue that we've raised over the number of years, and it's been completed this year, and there have been many positive comments from the cycling community about the design, so we're very, very pleased to have that step completed. We also had as a priority a sign pilot project that aligned with the cycling master plan that shows a cycling route from downtown Kitchener to the Highway 401 pedestrian cycling bridge. That also was completed this year. We've flagged a few issues in terms of the placement, the height of the signs, and also the fact that they're green, and when they're against foliage, they're difficult to see. And so we're hoping those are some improvements we can see in time with future routes. The Wilson Ave trailhead improvements were also completed this year. This was to make those more user-friendly kind of entrances to the Wilson Ave trail. It has been flagged that there's still some repairs that need to be done. There's a fairly large hole at I think it's the eastern trailhead that needs to be repaired. Nyberg Street was another priority from 2 years ago. We had proposed a contraflow bike lane, which is essentially where the bike traffic goes in a lane against the one-way traffic. When we brought it forward a year ago, we said that it had been canceled because there were some legal concerns about it. Since then, the Ontario Traffic Manual Book 18 has come out, and it's provided some design considerations for contraflow bike lanes. Ottawa, Toronto, and Brantford have also gone ahead with contraflows. So we understand it's back on the table and under review, and we really hope to see that as a key connection between the Iron Horse and the Trans-Canada Trail. Margaret Avenue, we had bike lanes installed a couple of years ago, then they faded away, and now they're back again. There's still, obviously one of the issues right now is the bridge doesn't exist, so it's not as great a route as it once was. In addition, there's still some concerns about the placement of the lanes around parking. When there aren't cars there, the lanes appear to be basically in the middle of the road. And we're hoping when that road is resurfaced, there can be some rethinking about some of the placement of those lanes. Last year, we identified as a priority those two tricky crossings of the Iron Horse Trail with Cortland and Sterling and Victoria and West. Nothing's happened to date on this, although there are some discussions between city and regional staff about possible treatments to those intersections. So we're looking forward to some changes there. We also identified the need to have safety improvements to all trail road crossings, and as Josh mentioned, he's got a working group together that's looking at this with other area municipalities so that we may have a common approach. Book 18 has provided some guidance in these areas, so we're hoping that that can happen across the region in terms of some good crossing treatments to ensure safety. There's already been some talk about the bicycle safety downtown initiatives and the follow-up observations we hope to have completed this spring. The intention is to reduce the one-way or the sidewalk cycling and the wrong-way cycling on King. I don't know to what extent that's happening, but we'll be able to at least track it and start to see if the sharrows have made any difference. And of course, the bike racks have made it much more visible as a cycling-friendly destination. Another priority for last year was the Manitou-Wilson Trail improvements. So the whole trail is a priority route in the Cycling Master Plan, which means it eventually should be getting winter maintenance. Doesn't have it in this picture. It's been completed now, aside for, as I mentioned, there's some repairs still to be done to that trail. And then there was also a priority for a bike rack request program, which is still under development. So I won't go through, the next list is really a list of other cycling infrastructure that's been implemented this year in line with the CMP. Josh has already spoken to most of them. I just would like to highlight the bottom of the slide. We recognize the importance of getting the infrastructure in place, but also the need for it to be quality infrastructure. So we flagged some of our concerns about some of the infrastructure that has been set in place, including when the sharrows were put on Queen Street, the signage didn't align with the sharrows. It instructed motorists to share the road as opposed to that cyclists can take the lane, so it gives some mixed messages. There was a very short lane that was implemented between Cortland and Joseph on Queen. Those kinds of lanes sometimes are pretty useless. They're so short, they almost mislead people to think that they're on a route that doesn't really exist. There's been also a lack of buffer between some lanes and parked cars. On Highland Road, new lanes were put in, but the buffer is not big enough to ensure that when someone opens a car door in the parking lane that they don't end up hitting a cyclist. So we're hoping that as the city gets more experienced in implementing the bike lanes, they're more careful in that approach. It's a well-known issue, the issue of dooring in terms of bike lanes, so it's really important to ensure there's that safe buffer zone. And also there's some outstanding repairs in some of the infrastructure. Josh has already spent a lot of time talking about some of the promotional work that he's largely led, which has been really exciting to see, so I won't go through all those. In terms of planning, evaluation, and governance, we've been working on a report card, so we're not doing a report card this year. There's been a subcommittee working on getting some good objective measures that would allow us to compare Kitchener to other municipalities within Canada, North America, and Europe. So we're hoping we'll be able to have that for 2015. The other work we've been doing is, if you recall, about a year ago, we came to City Council and we asked for the Council to endorse the results of the Ontario Coroner's report on cycling safety. And one of the recommendations from that was that municipalities review their existing bylaws from a cycling safety perspective. That work hasn't really happened to date, so the advisory committee spent some time looking at the city's bylaws, and we're recommending 7 areas for new bylaws as well as some language changes to the existing ones. And as you know, we've submitted an annex as well, and we're asking council to direct staff to review the recommendations that we've made and come back to council within 90 days with some comments on those recommendations. And I'll just go to our top priorities for the coming year. So we'd like to see implemented the signage and wayfinding strategy for on and off-road cycling routes in conjunction with the other municipalities. And Josh has mentioned that some work is already underway on that. Also, the promotional social media campaign to educate both motorists and cyclists about the rules of the road. And as I mentioned, our one subcommittee has been doing a lot of work on a report card, which we hope to finalize, as well as to ensure that the staff review of bylaw recommendations takes place. So I've tried to race through because I know you're probably behind now, and I'm happy to answer questions. And Peter Ditas is also here who can answer questions about some of the bylaw recommendations we've made.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you for your presentation, and I didn't comment earlier, Josh, but very happy with the previous report as well. However, I do have a couple concerns with this one, and perhaps there can be some clarification. My first concern is with cyclists riding abreast. Now, I understand the rationale for it, and I think it's a great idea. My concern is the portion that with respect to not impeding the flow of traffic. So if I'm understanding this correctly then, so although they can ride abreast, if they are impeding the flow of traffic, then they would move back to a single line. Is that the intention?
I'll take that. So when they're talking about impeding the flow of traffic, we're talking about what is the average traffic speed. So when you have a group of cyclists, which are all individual vehicles on the road, they become the de facto speed of traffic. And so they're allowed to continue riding abreast. What they're not allowed to do is to take 2 lanes of traffic, but they are allowed to stay riding abreast. I think the city of Ottawa, which wound up being forced to implement or to rescind their riding abreast bylaw through court action, has a great view of what that means, and so it does not obligate the cyclist to single up at all.
So conceivably then, we could have a situation where there's cyclists riding abreast that could have a significant backlog of traffic behind them for...
Well, then, if there is more traffic behind them than what the cyclists themselves are, then of course they would be obligated to turn out to the right. That language is in the Highway Traffic Act, and so that would obligate them to move over to allow the traffic to pass. But if they're impeding 1 and there are 10 cyclists, the de facto speed of traffic is the speed of the cyclists.
Okay, I'll have some comments on that. The second item that I have a little bit of concern with is with respect to e-scooters and I guess electrical devices in general on multi-use pathways. What's the rationale for banning those?
Well, specifically, they are currently completely prohibited from use of either of those vehicle types on those multi-use pathways. We're really kind of taking direction from the City of Toronto, which has taken the measure of deciding how they would like e-scooters and e-bikes to use their city infrastructure. So currently, all e-scooters and e-bikes are prohibited from all city bike infrastructure in Toronto. We think that's a little austere for the use, and in fact, Toronto's reconsidering with respect to bike lanes. We think that e-bikes really deserve a place on our multi-use paths and trails, and I think it's an important consideration to make with the e-scooter, which is a larger, heavier, not necessarily faster object, but to keep them off of the multi-use paths and trails for safety's sake, but allow them full use of the remaining bicycle facilities that there are.
Okay. So looking at, like, I've seen some smaller, like literal, they look like scooters that are powered and electric. Would those be banned as well from?
We're not talking about banning them. We're just talking about how they're used with respect to city infrastructure. So there's no question about banning. The question is, one, defining what is an e-scooter, what is an e-bike, and then two, how we want them to engage with the city bicycle infrastructure.
Okay, it looks like, okay, the way I read it, it said prohibition of these vehicles, and I guess I have some concern.
Well, currently they're prohibited.
Okay.
If you read the bylaw as it is currently writ, they are currently prohibited, and we think that that is a little too severe, and we would like to see e-bikes actually be allowed to use, full use of the trail system, but e-scooters not to have full use. Does that clarify things for you?
Okay, and I'll have comments on both items afterwards. Thank you.
Councillor Etherington?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to either of the presenters. On that question, e-bikes, e-scooters, I see them frequently in Victoria Park. Are they allowed in Victoria Park?
Currently, they are not allowed on any of the multi-use trails. So they are specifically in contravention of the existing city bylaw.
It's strange, because I'm told by police it's impossible to police because there's no clarity there. So.
Well, the clarity is in the definition of what they are, and the definitions are clearly in the 2007 bylaws, traffic bylaws, and in our interpretation of them, currently using them on multi-use paths is a violation of the bylaw.
Okay, thank you. And the other quick points I had, I just wanted to really compliment you on, in my ward, on the work done on the rail trail link. I know it was terrific to see that finally done. And I wanted to ask you on again, within my ward, excuse my selfishness, but Nyberg, Cortland, Stirling, and Victoria West are also trail points that I've noticed really need some application. Is that likely to happen in 2014 or not?
I doubt that any staff will probably have a better sense of it than I do. My sense is that they won't be completed in this coming year, but I'm hoping that there will be at least a solution identified, and potentially in 2015 they could be implemented. I don't know if Justin wants to respond.
Right.
Go ahead, Justin.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're planning on doing consultation early this year on Nyberg Road. We're also working with the region on the crossing of Stirling and Cortland, and it depends on how quickly we can get agreement on a crossing and how that aligns with their work program, see if we can get that done this year as well.
And Victoria West? Victoria and West?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd have to defer to Josh. I'm not as familiar with the status
Yeah,
on
they're
that
both,
intersection.
in my opinion, they're very dangerous crossings, particularly the ones on Victoria and Stirling.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Victoria and West is identified in the region's active transportation master plan as one of their fix-it lists. So that tells me that it should be coming soon. And I think as we continue having discussions about Cortland and Stirling, it's a natural fit that will eventually move to Victoria and West soon.
So the word is soon.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Glenn Graham?
Thanks very much. And I just wanted to ask about the consideration for alignment with Waterloo on bike boxes and cyclist signals. Have you given that any thought?
We have. To date, there hasn't been any specific intersections that have been listed for that. We have recommended that there be some review of the intersections to look at what's the most appropriate treatment and to start to identify some kind of a priority list for that. And the Cycling Master Plan does list a number of treatments for intersections and how to improve them. But there's nothing specific scheduled as far as I know in terms of intersection treatments at this point. It's important, though.
Okay, so it's on the radar. You've given it some thought. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Has this been moved already?
Pardon me?
Has this recommendation? I'd be happy to move it at the appropriate time.
Councillor Fernandez?
You stole my thunder as the cycling advisory member, but it's okay. Just a quick question, and again, thank you. I know that for Peter and his subcommittee, this has been an awful lot of work going over our bylaws and defining everything. Did you see some of these suggestions that you're making for bylaw review as gaps in the bylaw that you saw, or are you making additional suggestions?
Well, we are making some additional suggestions for certain. With respect to definitions, we have added to the list of definitions that will help us create new bylaw going forward. I think one of the guiding principles that I had personally was thinking about the Chief Coroner's report on cycling deaths, and specifically looking at ways that we could easily and economically avoid those types of tragedies. And really, bylaw review is a great place to begin talking about that. We can't do bylaw review by itself. I mean, we still got to talk about enforcement and education, but bylaw reviews are really a great beginning point for us to address a lot of those safety concerns that cyclists are going to have within the borders of our city.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. I think that if we have those baseline guidelines and policies, then people know where they are breaking the law and where they're not, right?
Yeah, we're really looking to codify that cyclist-motorist interaction, and that's really what it's intended to do.
Yeah, and just for Councillor Davies' information, there was a lot of discussion around the e-bikes and the e-scooters at committee and at the subcommittee, whether, how we should bring that forward, because the reality is many people on the e-bikes, because you have to use the pedal to create sort of the synergy to get yourself going, and the electric capacity just helps you go a little bit faster, but not as fast as an e-scooter. So I think that's why there was the differentiation, right, Peter?
Yeah, so an e-scooter really is designed not to be pedaled, other than it has vestigial pedals to comply with the Ontario Traffic Act. But really, you will never see one of those things being pedaled. They're not intended to be pedaled ever. They're too heavy, they're too unwieldy, and if you look at the way the pedals are placed, really difficult to move. So we do see the e-scooter really is just a non-licensed motorized vehicle.
But the differentiation there is that the e-bike is the one that you actually have to pedal.
So an e-bike is designed to be pedaled for the most part, with an electric assist when you encounter a hill or when there's some fatigue. But it's really designed to be pedaled, the bulk of the time.
Mm-hmm. And where I saw a lot of them is a lot of seniors in Holland use them so that they can, get the momentum for the very small grades that they have in Holland, but where we have a lot more grade here. I think that was just a little bit more clarification, Peter, because I think that the rescinding the prohibition on riding abreast may make a lot of people feel really uncomfortable. But the reality is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if you've got 2 or 4 or 6 cyclists riding abreast as opposed to riding in single file, it takes much longer for that car to pass them safely and give them the amount of space that's required than you do in that short period if you've got 3 lanes of cyclist vehicles to pass if they're riding 2 abreast. That's the rationale behind this, right?
Absolutely, one of the rationales. Secondly, within the city, you're not going to find a lot of riding abreast within the city, but what it does is it does give a feeling of safety to riders. It does more efficiently use the roadway. Bicycle lanes themselves, which are wider, can accommodate 2 abreast cyclists. You can, as we're getting more and more modal share, you're going to find that that's going to become really important. It's one of the reasons why Toronto unilaterally rescinded their riding abreast bylaw. So it's going to happen here, I think, as we have more ridership.
Okay. Thanks again for the hard work. And really, in the recommendation, what it is asking is that staff review the hard work that has been done by the Cycling Advisory Committee, and I think that that's what's important here. They've laid the groundwork, and this is an opportunity for staff to sort of go a little bit one step further. So I sincerely hope that council will support this. I think it's important work that has been done. It has taken some of the onus and the work off of our staff by a group of volunteers that have done a tremendous amount of work for this. So I'm hoping to see support for this. Thanks again, Peter and Mary.
Councillor Gazzola.
I don't have questions of the delegation. I have questions of staff.
Okay.
But I do want to make a comment about our delegation. I want to compliment them for the work they've been doing. I happen to have been the first member of council on the cycling committee. In the olden days, nobody wanted to get involved with that. That's when it first got involved, and the committee has really come a long way. These problems, a lot of these impediments that we're looking at have been here for years, and we're finally getting them cleaned up and cleared up, and I think a lot of the credit goes to you. There are still a number of them. I look forward to you coming back and keep reminding council of them in the future. Thanks. And I do have a question of staff.
I'm just going to thank you for your time. Councillor Davey has a question to staff, and then I'll come right back to you. Just a comment? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Gazzola.
Go to one of the items that we looked at here was the opening of the gates. It was my understanding that all the gates, I thought all the gates in the city were to be opened, specifically all the ones on the Iron Horse Trail. And where did my understanding go wrong? I have a real problem with the gates. I think they cause more harm than they do good. And we did come to that conclusion, but it doesn't seem that that conclusion was carried out by staff. I wonder if I could have a comment on that. All right.
Mr. Whitmer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's my understanding, and I was just checking with staff, that we had opened all the gates on the Iron Horse Trail as part of the request for council. I don't recall any that were left closed that would have prohibited proper movement while we were going through this analysis. And we'll be talking about that further regarding how we move forward with other gates in other locations based on the discussions we've been having with the Cycling Advisory Committee about their priorities and making sure that they match, and also ensuring that our access points are consistent across Kitchener, Waterloo, and Cambridge, along the connections that we have throughout the entire region.
I don't know what you're telling us. So are we going to get the gates open? Are we going to have some more study on it? I was referring to one of the slides said that most of the gates on the Iron Horse Trail were open. So that to me said that they weren't all open. But I am concerned with all the many other trails that there are in the city, where to me it doesn't seem that the gates are providing any use other than causing impediments for cyclists and pedestrians. So I guess my question is, where are we going with this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think and I'm trying to be clear on this, there is a huge difference between transportation corridors and access to trail connections. And what we want to do is ensure that we're not painting all of our access points with the same brush, and that they will be different based on the different needs, and where gates are appropriately need to be opened or removed, then we need to ensure that we're not compromising something else by doing that, and that's part of this whole study that we're dealing with. And that's part of the exercise we're going through in 2014.
Okay, so at least you're telling me that you are studying this, and we will get something coming back to this council in 2014.
That's correct, yes.
I'll bring you back lots of pictures where I can show you where they're really not required, but I'll send that to your study group. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Actually, if someone wanted to move it, I'll move it. It's fine.
It's already been moved.
Oh, excellent. Very good. Okay, my concern is, again, most of the stuff I think is fantastic. I just have some concerns about the bylaws, and as this is going to staff, I think it's appropriate to comment now what I'll be looking when it comes back. I do have some concern with riding abreast, I guess, especially I would be fine with it if it was on roads where there was no cycling lane, no existing cycling lane, because in my mind it doesn't seem to make any sense to have, if, as Councillor Fernandez mentioned, if there's a cycling lane there, then obviously passing would never be an issue, so I'm not sure why cyclists would need to ride abreast if there is an existing cycling lane. So I would like to see that, that coming back with the bylaw. And the other, I think is a much larger discussion is surrounding alternative means of transportation on our multi-use trails and pathways. We have to remember when we pass bylaws here, we're going to be looking at devices and technology, 5 and 10 years in the future. And I have concern with taking some of the uses out of our multi-use trails. I know for a fact there are, as Councillor Fernandez mentioned, I think they're called pedalic bikes, which are the pedal-assisted ones that you can purchase. They're not terribly expensive. They're $3,000-$4,000, and they can reach speeds of 50 kilometers an hour, and they look like mountain bikes. So there are issues that I think we need to address in a different way as opposed to how it looks. I think perhaps if we're looking at a bylaw that restricts the absolute mass of the vehicle, I think that makes some sense because you don't want huge types of vehicles on these trails. And I think speed's an issue as well. I think we need to look at the maximum speed of these issues. But I think we need to look at our multi-use pathways as not just a recreational pathway, but as a transportation pathway. And if there are vehicles that come out in the future that look like bicycles that don't have pedals and they travel at a relatively safe speed, I'd like to be able to see people use those vehicles to get to and from work or that sort of thing. But those are my only comments. Aside from that, I'm very happy with the work that I see before us.
So do you want to move those as part of an amendment?
I think staff can just take those comments into consideration when they're working on the bylaw.
Okay. Okay, so there is no more comments, and it's been moved by Councillor Glenn Graham. Although recorded vote has been called for. Voting is on. Yeah. Has all votes been taken? Okay. Before we post the results, all those in favor, please stand up. Okay, it's been carried unanimously. Next item up on the agenda is the multi-use pathways and trails update. Mr. Sleeth is here to give his presentation. Go ahead, Mr. Sleeth.
Yes, I do have a presentation.
Okay.
Thanks. I'm pleased to provide an update on our multi-use pathways and trails master plan, which was approved by Council in May 2012, so it's been about a year and a half, and we've made some great progress on implementing the policies in that plan. We said we'd come back with an update annually, and this is the first of those annual updates. And the implementation of the master plan has been largely happened through the capital budget process and the budgets you've approved, but also through our numerous policies, which have been very instrumental in our success. One recommendation in the master plan that you approved was the revision to the Cycling Advisory Committee mandate. And as you can see, we've made a recommendation that that be reviewed and brought back to Council for implementation prior to the next, the striking of the next committee. So basically, we need to confirm that review and confirm any changes to the mandate before the end of June of this year. So you'll see that recommendation presented as part of our report. In terms of the master plan update, the report that you have before you includes a highly detailed chart of each individual recommendation and where we're at with its implementation. And almost every one of the policies that were recommended are either completed or in the process of being completed. And I'm just making a summary here now in my presentation. The first category is the official plan. And the draft official plan that we're now currently under review, that's been delayed pending the region's official plan, we've included all of the policies that we need to implement the multi-use pathway network throughout the city. And also importantly, we work together in the development of the Transportation Master Plan, and in that draft official plan, we have a map which shows the transportation network for vehicles and the off-road multi-use pathway network on the same map. This is very significant. So that's in that official plan. The next category of policies we've recommended is through the development planning process. So we now have in place the ability to require in all plans of subdivision and site plans that the planning, design, and implementation of the multi-use pathways be an integral part of that development. This is very significant and streamlines that whole process. And that infrastructure be constructed at the same time as other similar transportation infrastructure like the roadways. Very significant. In terms of the network design, we're now able to approach the citywide network as an off-road transportation network for cycling, walking, or other modes of transportation. And the network design really is designed to function with connectivity and continuous. And the maps in the master plan indicate that we had a lot of gaps to fill, and we're working on doing that. It's also integrated with the on-road cycling network. And our master plan has clear standards for implementing that network design. There was quite a number of policies in the implementation strategy, but based on the public process we went through in developing the master plan, there were some key priorities for the public, and connectivity and creating a continuous network was one of them. One of the primary corridors that were identified was the Iron Horse Trail, Trans-Canada Trail. So we're working on creating that link through the heart of Kitchener, which will join Waterloo and Cambridge. And there are some very challenging and difficult portions along that corridor, which we have started tackling. We've implemented some of those and will continue to do so. That's in our first 5-year program. We've also identified, the public identified surface conditions as a concern. We've made great progress in surfacing with asphalt, various higher priority sections, and we're moving forward with that. One of the key policy items that was approved in the master plan is making sure that multi-use pathways are an integral component of all other infrastructure projects, whether those are engineering or site plans or subdivision. And it's those policies that have helped us implement some of these more difficult, challenging multi-use pathways, and we're moving forward with that. In terms of operations and maintenance, one of the key things that we started with the master plan was developing a well-populated GIS database of trail surface conditions, slope, all of the infrastructure that's out there. We've been working with GIS to ensure that data is available, and we're building on that, ultimately working towards an ability to have a work order system similar to roadways for the trail system. We've also implemented a pedestrian bridge repair and replacement program, which didn't exist prior to 2013. We had building trails, stream crossings for a number of years. We did not have in place anything that addressed repair and replacement of that infrastructure, so we now have that in place. And we continue to ensure through our operations and maintenance that we have a comfortable and safe multi-use pathway network. Just a couple of quick summary points on the capital projects through 2012 and 2013. Engineering works along Schneider Creek and incorporating trail work along that allowed us to extend portions of the Trans-Canada Trail along the creek, and we're continuing forward with that. We had the first two phases of Dune South Trails and Boardwalks implemented, which there was many years of consultation and discussion. We finally made progress on those, and we've made asphalt surfacing on some key trails in the last 2 years. We've also had several developer-build subdivisions where the trails were fully implemented. And we also continue to deal with their issue of the intersection of multi-use pathways and roadways. And Councillor Gazzola has asked for some detailed clarification on that. I want to assure you that we're working with to develop a standard for where multi-use pathways meet roadways that can be implemented throughout the cities of Kitchener, Waterloo, and Cambridge, and working with our cycling group on that. And once we establish that standard, we will identify incremental implementation of that and consult with the Cycling Advisory Committee on ensuring that priorities are identified so that we do that in the most important corridors first. Just as a summary of our master plan over the first year and a half, we have the policies have allowed us to integrate multi-use pathways in all projects, whether that's private development or our own city engineering projects. This has been very significant. We also have clear priorities for where we need to build new trails to meet our continuity on our network, and identifying where surface improvements are the most important. And I'd like to say that this council that approved this plan has also ensured that the funding levels we have recommended in the master plan have been brought forward. We recommended $700,000 a year in the first 5 years of the plan and $1.5 million a year in the second 5 years of this plan. And I'm happy to say that in the first 2 years of this plan, those funding levels have been met, and we've been able to make excellent progress. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Sleeth. We do have some questions. Councillor Verbanovich.
Thanks very much, and thanks for your update, William. Without a doubt, I think this has been an ambitious program we've put in place, but one that very much is reflective of what we regularly have heard from our residents as being a priority in terms of infrastructure as we go forward. I guess the one question I have is specifically as it relates to the recommendation in the report around the joint committee and the terms of reference. And I guess I just want to understand that maybe a little more clearly from you in terms of why are we looking at a joint committee as opposed to perhaps separate committees? And there's, I can make arguments for both. And I just wanted to hear from you and specifically why you think that's, or why the staff and those you've consulted with are recommending that.
if I could respond, I don't have a strong opinion either way on this. I wanted to remind you that it was a recommendation that was passed as part of the master plan that this council approved, and in my review, I had noticed that we haven't implemented this. It's my duty to bring this back, bring this to your attention. I think the work the Cycling Advisory Committee has done in terms of the whole cycling infrastructure, they're doing great work. I think they should continue doing that great work. I do think that there are other users on our multi-use pathways, and perhaps they need a voice as well. Accessibility, people that are walking, joggers. So I think that we should review it and make a definite decision before June. That's my point.
Well, and I'm, you've gone exactly where my next question was going to go, and that's specifically dealing with that fact. And I'm a big proponent of the work that our Cycling Advisory Committee has done in the direction we've been going with respect to cycling. But I recognize there are those other constituencies, whether it's walkers, runners, mums with strollers, rollerbladers, where we have paved pathways, and others. And at times, I'm sure it becomes a bit of a balancing act. And so we have a joint committee. How are we going to make sure that all the voices are being heard, and all the different viewpoints being concerned? Because admittedly, from time to time, I do hear from people, whether it's mums in strollers or seniors who are out walking, and who get a little frustrated by, let's say, the cyclists, and most cyclists are very friendly, but some of the cyclists that are a little more aggressive and not quite as friendly as others, and we end up, having a clash of interests on those pathways. So how are we going to make sure that if we go with the joint committee, that's being addressed?
Mr. Whitmer wants to address that question.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, I think having people with different voices on one committee hopefully will allow those that have a different position to hear the issues, so they're all talking in the same room about the issues, so they can come to a solution that maybe is a compromise for everyone, but actually works. If you have a completely separate committee on both sides, then they may never actually talk really about the issues that need to be dealt with and come to a resolution understanding each other's positions. So I think that's what we're trying to get to, is that having a committee that represents all of the needs will hopefully balance the final decisions and the solutions that are out there for everybody to be able to live with.
And I'm encouraged by what you're saying, and I mean that would be sort of my ideal in terms of creating one committee so that you aren't duplicating things, but that you have that healthy debate and you have good recommendations coming forward that balance those things out, because it's much better when those things are balanced out and recommended from the advisory committee before they come to council, as opposed to council having to balance perhaps differing viewpoints out and trying to make a recommendation. And of course, I talked about a number of groups, and one that I don't want to miss because I sit on that committee is also, folks with disabilities who have accessibility challenges and want to be there as well. So that would be my question, and Mr. Chair, if I can move this at the appropriate time, I'd be pleased to do so.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez? Thank you.
I want to go to that issue that Councillor Vanovic has just brought up. And in fact, the Cycling Advisory Committee, my understanding is that they were not made aware of this coming forward at their last cycling committee, which is a little bit disconcerting, because since they're part of what this report is all about, I'm a little bit surprised that there was no opportunity for them to have a discussion about this. So is that the case, that this report wasn't mentioned to the Cycling Advisory Committee?
I think where this recommendation came from is in examining our an update on every policy that was implemented as part of the master plan. We identified which ones needs to come back to council, and this was the only one that really needed to come back to council. We recognized that if it was going to be addressed before the next mandate, it had to come forward. So it's really come forward just as part of the multi-use pathway master plan update.
Okay, and recognizing that, though, that we're asking a committee to change significantly their focus and their mandate, and I know that we did discuss that. I'm guessing, and I'm looking for confirmation either with a nod of head or this from our cycling committee members that are here. We discussed it last spring, and there was a real strong feeling at that time that they didn't feel that there was still so much work to be done on the cycling front, that to start adding another component, another layer to that committee, it was not the right time. I'm worried that we're forcing the hand of the committee at this point in time by saying, yes, you need to start including that as part of your mandate as well. Is that the case?
If I could respond, I think that the hand is not, we're not forcing the cycling committee into anything. What we're recognizing is that council approved a certain action in the master plan, which was to change to review and change the mandate by 2013. That didn't happen, so we're bringing it back to say, okay, let's look at it, let's decide at the June meeting whether that change is warranted or not. It may not be warranted, but a decision needs to be made, which is different than the previous decision council made. That's all.
Okay, all right, thank you. I appreciate that explanation. So, I mean, at the very least, we do have some time with which the committee can discuss this, and you know, there are volunteers. They take a lot of time and energy and commitment to this, and I think if they see that this is changing the mandate of their committee, we may stand to lose members, we may stand to gain members, but at least the discussion, they still have the opportunity for that discussion. Is that right?
The first place we'll go is have the discussion at that committee. We'll consult with other members of the community as well. We'll prepare a detailed report for the June 9th meeting, which addresses the issue.
Okay, that's great. I have a couple of other questions with regards to the master plan recommendations. So I'm just going to try and go as quickly as I can through some of the ones that I have. On 4-4 of that page, which is the second bullet point, talks about the lighting. And my understanding here is that you're still talking about it as it will roll out towards 2017?
Yes, originally the timing identified for that was by 2014. We recognize that that's not realistic. We're saying that we wouldn't intend to examine that issue until 2017, partly because of the significant budget considerations if you begin to entertain lighting. And but I do think this is coming. You know, the more our multi-use pathways are used for commuter routes, you know, at this time of year, they're used after dark. We're going to have to deal with lighting. We're just putting it off a little bit. Okay.
Then on to 4-7, item 5-11, you're talking about the Walter Bean Grand River Trail, and you're saying that some of this, you're just talking about the signing and the wayfinding for this, but have you identified, I mean, I took that at the end of the cycling season in late September, early October. There's some serious issues with parts of that trail. Are we looking at how we can effectively maintain that trail? Okay. On the Walter Bean Trail?
So are you dealing with some of the interruptions in the Walter Bean Trail or the signage? I'm not sure.
Sorry, I've jumped from the signage to the interruptions because as I was reading it again, I realized that I'm going to in a different direction. So more the interruptions.
Yeah, well, we, as staff, we remain concerned about any portions of the Walter Bean Trail that were constructed that are closed for one reason or another. And we intend to address those to the best of our ability to reopen those if possible. It may not be an easy solution in some locations where we may need additional lands to solve those problems.
Okay, and I apologize, Mr. Sleeth, it was 5-20 that talked about the funding and exploring partnerships for that portion. There's, you also talk about pedestrian bridges on page 4-11 and number 2. You list bridge deck repairs, but there is a bridge that has been brought to my attention, and I believe it's been brought to staff's attention, that is in the Homer Watson Park. It's a bridge that is now closed, really literally goes nowhere. And what are we doing with that bridge? I mean, that's significant infrastructure that's just sitting there, not being used. Are we going to, I know that you talked a little bit about dismantling it. Is there any ability for us to reuse that material in another location?
Well, we've taken a look at that bridge. As every 2 years, we have the engineering consultants on our pedestrian bridge assessment. We've determined that relocating that bridge is not cost effective. So our plan is to dismantle that, and I can't remember which year that's in the program, but reusing it is not economically feasible.
That's too bad, because I think it looks like a pretty sound structure in terms of the metal and the steel, maybe not the decking anymore, but okay. Just going to the next question that I have related to, and this is what Councillor Gazzola was talking about. I'll just briefly say I'm really looking forward to hearing what we're doing with the trail crossings and the gates, because I think that there is a number of opportunities for us to open gates that are really going nowhere. I have identified some with Mr. Whitmer in the past, and I hope to see, especially those ones that are mid-trail or at the bottom of a trail, like they're at Pioneer Tower, that they get opened, because I think they are a bit of a safety issue. The other question I had was, neighborhood associations on 4-12. You're talking about getting a clearer picture. This still continues about the gates. From neighborhood associations, why would neighborhood associations necessarily have that information? And district facilitators, why wouldn't it be more cycling advisory committee members who do an awful lot of cycling on the trails and community members? Why wouldn't we be asking for input from those people?
Mr. Whitmer will address that.
I think that paragraph was asserted by my managers. I'm not exactly sure, except that gates prevent unauthorized vehicle access into parkland in a number of locations, and we need to address those issues.
Go ahead, Mr. Whitmer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to build on what William has indicated, with discussion with our neighborhood community, we want to make sure that any alterations that are being proposed or considerations have engaged them in the impacts of that. As an example, if there is an access to a park that is currently gated and it says there's no reason why it shouldn't be open, we want to make sure that the people that are using that park in that community are going, yeah, that's a good idea. Where there's situations where we need to provide different access points like a drop curb, we want to make sure that all the users understand the implications of that and it makes sense for them to do that. That's part of that broader consultation that we're looking at to ensure that they have an opportunity to participate in the final decision making and the input components associated with where we are going forward. And that's why the broader we are, that we hopefully will get more information that guides the decisions that we're making.
Okay, and just further to that question, a number of us write newsletters for our community centers. Is this something that I could include in my newsletter, which is due at the end of this week, and say, if you identify areas within your community where there is trail gates that you think could be opened because it really has no effect or and it isn't hampering, it is hampering accessibility, but it isn't worthwhile. Is this something that you would like to have information from the public through councillors?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that's one component of it. I think it's more where there's no access points for anything there right now, and if we want to create free unobstructed access, we may want to leave something which is wide open. So it's more than just the gate aspect. It's how we access all of our parkland, all of our trails, and what points that we make it easier for our residents to be able to use them. So it's broader than just the gates, but that is one component of it.
Okay, and just to throw it out there, are we looking at alternatives? In other words, bollards instead of the gates? Is that part of the review?
That's correct, because there may be situations where a bollard is appropriate, where the gate isn't. But we do want, and maybe a bollard isn't necessary because we don't really need to have anything at that location. Mm-hmm. So that's why we're saying it's a one size doesn't fit all necessarily. We're just trying to make the best sense of where we're going, but also use the dollars the most effectively and put the money where we need to in other locations.
Okay, and I look at the map, and I know that Ward 4 has had some wonderful additions to our trail network, and I know that I was at a community meeting for a school boundary, and I had a number of people who had originally resisted some of these trail networks who are quite happy. So I just want to pass that on to you. Certainly, the boardwalk that connects through some of the Dune South is really well used, and a lot of people are quite happy about that. So, outside of all my negative, there's a positive for you to take away from that. Thank you. I don't think I have any other questions.
Councillor Yaneski.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sleeth, for your presentation and a very well-written report. I appreciate you going through all these details and policies that you got to put together in terms of direction is similar to planning. But anyways, the questions I have for you, you've made reference through the report on several occasions, and I look back at the map that you have at the back on the final page 4-15 on all the different trails and whether they're completed and when they're coming up. And the reference that you've made is the Trans-Canada Trails. And I'm trying to find the link as to where it goes from what end of the city to what part of the city. Like, does it start from I know it goes through the heart of the city, the Iron Horse Trail as being the component, but where's this beginning and ending? Where's the tie-in with Waterloo or Cambridge or the townships? How does that work?
Well, the southern end at Cambridge is the pedestrian bridge over the 401.
Okay.
And the northern end at Waterloo is where the Iron Horse Trail crosses the border into Waterloo. So the Trans-Canada Trail and the Iron Horse Trail link up to form that route. In the southern area, Dune Mills Drive, there's some on-road portions that are unavoidable in the very southern portion of it. But as quickly as possible, we get onto the off-road trails in Homer Watson Park, and ideally, almost all of it will be off-road all the way to Waterloo, except for a problem at Cortlandt Avenue under the expressway. It's another problem area. So there's a couple of places where we're never going to avoid on-road connection, but the vast majority of it will be off-road.
Okay, besides those two connections, thanks, appreciate that answer. Are there, like with the city of Waterloo, we have so many roads that connect between Kitchener and Waterloo, sometimes it's hard to tell where the boundary is, and the Iron Horse Trail is basically a back way of getting in and out or going to Waterloo. Is there other areas that you're looking at in terms of expanding or connecting with Waterloo that you've touched base with them?
Oh, connecting to between Waterloo and Kitchener?
Yeah, in terms of their trailing systems.
Well, there's also the Waterloo Region Spurline Trail is going to connect Weber Street and Kitchener along the rail line into Waterloo. And it's a regional Waterloo project that we've been working with them on. That's another Kitchener-Waterloo connection.
And anything connecting into Cambridge besides the overpass over the 401 there by the golf course? I mean, you've got the 401, you've got the Grand River as big barriers.
Not really.
That's the only one then?
Pretty well.
Okay. Okay, it all ties into with that one question. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Galloway Sealock.
Yeah. Just going back to some of the discussion that we've already had around the Cycling Advisory Committee and their mandate, it could be as simple, your recommendation coming back, because that's really what we're approving today. It could be something as simple as having a Cycling Advisory Committee member sit on a new committee that would oversee multi-use pathways. Could it be something as simple as that?
That could be a possible solution, yeah.
Because we have that on the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, we have that on the Downtown Advisory Committee, we have that on the Economic Development Advisory Committee, where we have different members of different advisory committees sit on, various committees. So it could be, I see it as being something as simple as that, where someone from the Cycling Advisory Committee can step up and say, I wouldn't mind sitting on that committee as well. So I just suggest that as you look forward to bringing that report back in June, I believe you said. The other question that I have, and this may have been something that someone from the Cycling Advisory Committee brought to my attention, it takes me back a few months, if not a year, was in our multi-use pathways or anywhere within any of the work that we're doing, has there been talk about a bridge that would connect over the 7-8 highway from the Sunrise Center area of Ward 5 over into the Forest Heights area to link up with their trail network? Is that part of the multi-use pathway development? Because I don't seem to see that on the map that we have here.
Well, it's certainly on the map of the approved multi-use pathway network in the master plan. It's clearly identified. You don't see it necessarily on the map at the back of this report, because this is a high price item that we have yet to find a place in the budget for a $2 million bridge. So it remains as part of the master plan, but not in the near future.
Okay, that's fair. I just I see that all of the number 3 items that you have on that map are beyond the 2022 timeframe. So I think if I read that, the planned trails are beyond 2022. So I think it's important to have it on the map so that we don't lose sight of it. Are there any other, with respect to this map, are there any other multi-use pathways that aren't included on this map, or is this really just meant?
Well, I think you make a good point, and just because we have trouble imagining getting the funding for certain courses, I think we'll take another look at this map and see if there's any other missing pieces.
Okay, I just think it's important, because even though we're talking 2022 and beyond, it's important to make sure that we have all of what we're looking at on the table at the same time, so that we definitely don't lose sight of it. Thanks for that. That's all my questions.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thanks very much. And Mr. Sleeth, I appreciate the detail, as Councillor Yunetsky said. Are there any considerations for some of the rocks that are on the trails? Having ridden the trail, I found some of them to be almost a bit of a hazard. Have we looked at replacing some of those rocks, or are we keeping them?
The surface of the trail?
No, sorry. So large boulders. There's some large boulders on some of the trails as separators.
Oh, can you be specific? Because in terms of our unauthorized vehicle control, we sometimes use large boulders.
I'm sorry, I don't know exactly. I'm sure some members of the Cycling Advisory Committee can tell you where they are, but my point is that there's, on some slopes, speed is an issue, and it's hard to sometimes negotiate around them. So I'm just saying that I'm wondering whether that's been considered, whether to leave them or to replace them with bollards or something.
We hear very clearly from the Cycling Advisory Committee the need to improve our multi-use pathways, to remove barriers for cycling, and wherever those are identified, we'll certainly address.
The reason I'm mentioning it is because at night sometimes they can blend into the surface, and they're lower than and unless there's a reflective material on them, they may not stand out as much as something that would be taller with the reflective surface on it. So I'll just leave that with you. Just let me clarify, in terms of off-road, are we doing that in the new subdivisions? Is that the new policy where there's a separation between the road and the bike lanes off the road? Is that right?
Well, what the multi-use pathways and trails master plan addresses is the off-road system. It is the system which is not within the road right-of-way. Any multi-use trails which parallel the roadway are a component of the transportation master plan and the cycling master plan. So the implementation of those routes separate from the road right-of-way but within the road right-of-way are not part of the, this off-road plan.
Okay.
So those questions are best addressed by someone else.
Okay. Just lastly, to Councillor Fernandez's point, I agree with the consultation with neighborhood associations, but there's other cycling groups like Easy Riders and some other groups that might have some input other than the cycling advisory group. For instance, Easy Riders is 200 people plus out of the downtown community center, so they might be good to consult as well.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
I want to touch upon the one question that Councillor Galloway-Seelock had mentioned with the bridge, and whether or not, and this may be answered by Mr. May, is that one item in particular at all in with the sponsorship program?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's not an item that was included in the inventory. Having said that, through the work that was completed over the past year, we now have a valuation framework so that as these types of projects come forward, we can put an appropriate price to it and then start to market it.
Okay. That's all the questions we have, Mr. Sleeth. Thank you so much. Thanks for the great work. It's great to see the input that's been in place with the multi-use trails, and I'm glad to see that we have them in place with new subdivisions, and that it's so far the plan will be implemented within the 2 years in budget. And with that, we have Councillor Verbanovic to move the motion.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And the motion I'm going to move actually, I'll read the wording. It's reflective of the kinds of concerns that Councillor Fernandez has raised and that myself and others have raised as well around, does this necessarily belong automatically with the Cycling Advisory Committee, or should we be open to some other alternatives? So the motion I'm moving is that staff engage in a consultation with the Cycling Advisory Committee, GRAC, and any other appropriate committees and groups, which will lead to a mandate in terms of reference for either a new committee or a cycling committee with a broader scope to include multi-use pathways and trails. So basically what it's doing is directing staff to dialogue with these different groups and bring an ultimate recommendation back that could be one committee or perhaps can be two committees.
Okay. Do we have questions on that motion? Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the motion was. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be here this morning, but I thought we were going to do away with these last-minute recommendations that aren't really...
We're not implementing them yet. Not today.
Oh, you're not implementing them yet? Oh.
I tried.
Did you pass it today or not?
Yes, it was.
It was passed. So that's a new way that from now on until the bylaws are passed, we don't...
We wait for the bylaws.
All right. Yeah, I do have a comment. I wasn't a question. I have a comment, okay?
Go right
Yeah, my comment deals with... I'm hopeful that when we do finally deal with this, that it will be a combined committee. I really feel that cyclists and pedestrians, this group of citizens have a lot of things in common, and I think a lot of their goals are the same, opposed to different than people who are in their vehicles. And by vehicles, I mean automobiles and things like that, as opposed to other recreational motorized vehicles. I just think that, and I think staff gave the suggestion that if they're all in a group together, there are a lot of these discussions that can take place, and both sides can be covered in the one committee. I would see going down that road that the committee, the cycling committee, will have to be enlarged. I can see that there'll be people on that committee that are more interested in the pedestrian side of things, and some that are more interested in the cycling, but they're all, and then there's some in the middle that are open to both sides, but I see them all there working together at the same table. If we don't go that route and we have separate committees, I see things floating around, and I don't think our community is as well served, because one committee has to pass something, and it goes to the next committee to review, and it goes back and forth, and I think things move a lot slower that way. So, final analysis, I hope that they do move in the direction of a combined committee. I don't know if that's what the recommendation that you're putting forward states, or if it does, I'm in favor of it.
Go ahead. Thanks, because I didn't make any comments. And you know what, I happen to be of a similar view as Councillor Gazzola on this, that in the end, I'm hopeful that that we will end up with one committee. I think that likely for the city as a whole is the best solution for this issue, but I also don't think it's appropriate for us to presuppose that that's the right answer until we've heard input from the Cycling Committee, who's done a lot of great work over the past year, and from others who would have a vested interest in this. I think for me, fundamentally, it boils down to this. Whatever the new structure will be, I would hope that we have as equally of a strong voice for walkers, for runners, for bladers, and for those with accessibility challenges using our multi-use trails, as we've seen come from the great work that the Cycling Committee has done. And ideally, that would be with one committee, but let's see where the dialogue goes, and ultimately staff will bring a recommendation back in June.
Okay. Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Yeah, I just want to comment on that. I'm not sure, just hearing the recommendation once, what exactly it does, but I think really what we just need to do is give staff the go-ahead to consult with any groups that are affected by the multi-use pathways and trails in order to come up with a mandate, whether it's through the Cycling Advisory Committee or another committee, to help move forward the multi-use pathways and trails. I think it's a major document, and quite frankly, I think it may be able to stand on its own, because you see what the Cycling Advisory Committee has been able to do with their body of work, and then this is in addition to that. But I think there needs to be crosses between the Cycling Advisory Committee, this potential new committee, and the Accessibility Committee, and I'm sure there's other committees as well that could have representation on a new committee. But I think really what I'd like to, and maybe this is what the motion is, really like to give staff a clean slate of come up with the best way to implement an advisory committee for the multi-use pathways and trails. And then through that, it may mean the change in the mandate in terms of reference for the Cycling Advisory Committee. If that's what you're putting on the table, then I'll support it. If that's not what you're putting on the table, I'd not support it and look for something different.
Well, that's exactly what it's doing, is it's allowing staff to go and consult with all these groups and ultimately come back with a recommendation that could see a revised existing committee, or if everyone feels it should be two separate committees, then that's the recommendation that they'll bring forward, and we'll have to deal with it then.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. With that, we don't have any more questions or comments. It's been moved by Councillor Verbanovich. All those in favor? Recorded vote. Recorded vote has been called for, and the voting is open. All has been done. All those in favor, please stand up. It's been carried unanimously. The next item on the agenda is item number 5, Glasgow Street sidewalk, and we have Mr. Allen to give his brief presentation. Go ahead, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Community Infrastructure Services Committee. Today, staff are pleased to present to committee the staff report regarding proposed installation of sidewalk on Glasgow as part of the upcoming road reconstruction project. By way of background, the reconstruction project has been planned for several years, and funding for the project to date has been approved by Council through the regular budget process. Funding for the 2014 construction is anticipated to be approved through the upcoming budget meeting January 30th. As is typically the case with many reconstructions completed in the past, missing sidewalk segments are identified and completed as part of the larger works. Filling in these gaps is an important part to removing barriers to accessibility and supporting a safe and comfortable walking environment. On Glasgow, there is currently only sidewalk on the south side of the street. Staff are proposing the construction of sidewalk on both sides of this major collector roadway that sees over 7,000 vehicles per day. On a busy road such as Glasgow, it is in the interest of public safety to provide pedestrians an alternative to walking on the roadway. The report submitted by staff today outlined the rationale for installing new sidewalks on the north side of Glasgow where none currently exist. This rationale is based on council-approved policies and plans, current design standards, existing legislation, and neighbourhood-specific benefits. All of these are explained in detail within the report. Through consultation with residents and a sensitivity to resident concerns expressed through public meetings and through one-on-one discussions, staff have found a location for the sidewalk that will have minimal impacts on private features located within the right-of-way. And it's worth noting that the new proposed sidewalk will be entirely within city-owned lands. It is staff's strong opinion that the installation of this sidewalk has benefits for the entire community and should be considered as a priority for sidewalk infill. Completing this now in conjunction with the upcoming road reconstruction also provides economic savings as compared to doing it at some other point in the future. It is also staff's opinion that failure to install this easily constructible sidewalk now, based on opposition from adjacent property owners, could negatively affect the city's ability to complete other critical locations of sidewalk infill in the future. As noted in the report, there are at least 23 locations of potential sidewalk infill identified as part of upcoming road reconstruction projects over the next 3 years. Thank you for your consideration, and staff are here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Well, we don't have any questions. Well, I think I'm going to go with the delegations first, and then we'll ask questions afterwards. So with that, we do have 5 delegations registered to speak on behalf of this issue. I do ask that all delegations please keep their time limit to 5 minutes and try not to repeat as much as what other delegations has said. And first individual up is Kathleen Kresge.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to present on the issue of the Glasgow Street sidewalk construction. First, I'm going to begin with a virtual walking tour of the area. It is imperative that everyone here make an informed decision. If you were to drive down the street today, you would not have full appreciation because of the snow covering the properties and the lack of vegetation. So let's begin. Whoops. Oh, sorry. First of all, in the package, there's a detailed map. I'm going to skip over that one. I've created my own little schematic here to make it a little more simple. So the walking tour is going to start at the middle of the picture where you see Nell Drive. We're going to begin with the wellhead. No reports have referenced the wellhead, so we're going to talk about that in my presentation. And then we're going to continue east along the north side of Glasgow to Westmount Road. First of all, this is we're on Glasgow. We're looking west towards Nell Drive. You can see on the right-hand side, that's along the golf course, the extent of the greenery and the vegetation. A lot of talk about trees. Nobody's been talking about grass, wildflowers, shrubs. You can see all of that in the picture, and there's a slope down towards Nell Drive. We're on the north side. You can see the depth of the vegetation, and it's quite a severe slope away from the road, so that the herbicides and pesticides and all the runoff from the golf course is trapped in that natural filtration area. And I've got an arrow pointing to the wellhead. we're now at Nell Drive, and we're looking up towards Fisher Hallman, just so you can see the extent of the greenery. You can also note that on the right-hand side, going to the north, phase 1 of the construction that was completed in around year 2000, there was no sidewalk installed. And if you drive along, you'll see the extent of the limestone walls. I defy anybody to take those down and put a sidewalk in. It would be ludicrous. So there's no sidewalk from Nell Drive to Fisher Hallman. There you see the steep downward slope. So look at that. That's keeping all that pesticide and golf course runoff away from the wellhead. There's the wellhead. You can K11A, that Nell Drive. There's another view. Now we're looking from Nell Drive up Glasgow. We're going to start going towards Aberdeen. So just imagine now a sidewalk coming down the left-hand side, taking out the greenery, putting in a 6-foot concrete wall to encourage pedestrian-friendly environment and cleaner air and green tourism by taking out all the green. It makes no sense to me. You're going to put a sidewalk in, and you're going to encourage water to run down there when we have a storm water runoff problem, and it's going to have the salt from all the residents putting salt on their sidewalk to get rid of the snow. It's hard to see, but that red arrow is the 10th hole on the golf course. The report talks about minimal risk. I would suggest the best way to minimize risk is keep pedestrians away. Don't put a sidewalk right there, encouraging them to come closer. Now we're at the top. We're looking back again down towards Nell. This property on the left with the hedge, 580 Glasgow Street, I live there. We lovingly and carefully lifted our hedge and moved it back so nobody could say that this was about our property. There is nothing that will be encumbered by any construction here. So I just want to make that point. Now we're just a quote from the City of Kitchener website, talking about natural areas and trees and parks along residential streets, urban forest, etc. More of the green area. Now, one thing you need to see, maybe this is a good one here. Look on the right-hand side. That's the north side of Glasgow. I picked this picture because there is no footpath. And demand for a sidewalk, I would suggest, would be represented by a footpath. There is nothing there. Now we're at Aberdeen. You can see the car coming out. There's a sidewalk on both sides of Aberdeen. Anybody from that neighborhood, they cross to the south side. The speed limit's 40 kilometers an hour. The traffic calming's been approved by city. People look left, they look right, they cross. Then I'm just showing the 2 bus stops. You can also see them in my schematic. And then we're going to look at the bus stop. Again, no footpath. This has got to be one of the least used bus stops in the city. And interesting to note, you can see it on my schematic here. I didn't actually mark it, but if you go just a little bit to the east, you cross over Westmount Road, there's a stop right there. If you go a little bit to the west, top of Inwood, there's another bus stop. On the left-hand side, you see the farmhouse. It's not a great picture. Sorry, there was the construction underway on the other phase, so that's kind of impeding the view. It's a heritage designation, and Glasgow Street retains a rural character. And this isn't just about the 17 houses that face on Glasgow. There is reference to the 7,000 or so cars that drive down Glasgow. I cannot tell you the number of people, when I tell them I live on Glasgow, they talk to me about how much it means to them to be able to drive home on Glasgow. They leave work, they drive down that oasis of green, and it just helps them decompress from the day. This is the road. What we do need is curbs and gutters to help prevent the erosion that's happening there. So we're quite happy with the proposal on the reconstruction, but to not destroy the filtration area that you see on the right. I'll skip over the tree policy. Just want to note, though, the report makes a distinction between city trees and property trees. We're supposed to feel good that they're not taking down private trees, but it's okay to take down city trees. When I go for a walk, I don't pause and look with delight at the private trees and disdain at the city trees. They're trees. I didn't draw a distinction, and I don't see why there is one in the report. So my request to council, support the protection of groundwater. I'm not making that up. That's a vital priority for the region. Support the City of Kitchener urban forest objectives. Support a natural barrier to golf balls. Leave the trees there and don't put a sidewalk inviting people to come closer to the golf course. Support the residents in retaining the neighborhood character, and support the cost for saving a sidewalk that is neither required nor desired. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Unesky, you have a question?
Thank you very much for your presentation, an excellent presentation. How long have you lived on that street?
17 years.
17 years. And you did indicate earlier you moved the house back?
The hedge.
Oh, the hedge back.
The hedge.
Okay.
The hedge was closer, and I didn't want people indicating that this was purely self-serving, that I didn't want the sidewalk.
Okay, appreciate
So
that.
if there were a sidewalk to be constructed, it would not have any impact on any of our vegetation.
Okay. In terms of your comments also, have you noticed many children in the area that are from that area that will walk to schools?
Well, absolutely. We raised our children. We have 3 children. They looked left, right, walked across the street, went to school.
And they went on the south side to...
They walked on the south side of the school.
Down to Westmount, or to...
Yes.
I'm not too sure what school they went to. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kresge. You have a question? Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Councilor Fernandez.
Thank you. Thank you for your walk. Sorry, all of a sudden it slipped my mind. But your virtual tour. I think that was really well done, and certainly give all of us an idea, whether we've been on Glasgow or not, what it looks like. So anecdotally, you mentioned a couple of times about a footpath. So we always see what is called the desired route.
Right.
You'll see it in parking lots where people will cut across. I see it in my ward lots of times. So in your pictures, you were showing a lot of the stretch along the south side of Glasgow. There has not been a footpath tread. There's.
Sorry, the north side.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you for. I'm terrible with directions. I apologize. So the majority of the use is on the sidewalk that's existing there.
Absolutely.
And that runs from Westmount to Fisher Holman.
Yeah, it runs all the way from like Belmont, KCI, all the way up to Fisher Holman, yes.
Okay, but the area that's in
Yes.
question right here, okay,
Yes.
okay. And the only point that people need to cross is if they're going at Aberdeen.
No, well, I wanted to make the point, there's 2 points. The residents have clearly articulated that we do not need or want a sidewalk. So I wanted to also address the point about what about the surrounding area. So there's one street, and it's Aberdeen, and if you want people to cross at an intersection, it's right there. People look left and right, and they cross onto the south side.
Okay, okay.
And beyond that one street coming on, in that whole stretch, there's no schools, libraries, stores, commercial buildings, nothing. There's one street. The residents don't want it. There's no footpath, and the one street, they simply look left, right, and cross.
Okay, and just quickly, anecdotally, because you may not know numbers precisely, you showed a bus stop on the one side, the north side, and what kind of numbers do you see there? Can you, and anecdotally, can you?
Anecdotally, I'm not the right person to answer that question because I work long hours and I wouldn't be there probably at peak periods. The next speaker can probably answer that better.
Okay.
But also, I'd like to just remind the council that busing is a regional question. So it's just quizzical to me that it's being included as part of the city's recommendation when a more important issue, water, was dismissed as regional.
Well, that was my next question, actually. So you beat me to the punch.
Right.
I wasn't familiar that I wasn't knowledgeable that there was a wellhead there, and my understanding from your map here is the wellhead sits right near Nell.
Right at Nell. There's
Right
a
at
nice
Nell.
little building there. It's right there. If you look at the presentation, I think it's K11A is the number of it.
Okay, all right. And your assertion is that the division with the road stops the runoff from going into the wellhead. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm suggesting, well, I'm not suggesting, scientists suggest, scientists have validated that the greenery, it provides natural filtration.
Mm-hmm.
And what is being proposed is changing the grade to support a concrete sidewalk with a concrete wall.
Okay.
And also then creating a concrete highway down from the top of that hill to bring more runoff down.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation.
You're very welcome. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kresge. That's all
That's it?
we
All
have for you. David Kresge's up next.
If I might suggest, perhaps the other people could go first because I'm really going to address the water pressure issue.
Okay, sure. That's fine. We have John Robb.
Good
Welcome.
afternoon, and thank you for your patience. I don't know whether I could do your job. My name's John Robb, and my wife Sharon and I have lived at 452 Glasgow for 33 years now, and that's on the north side. We have never wanted a sidewalk. We have never seen a need for a sidewalk. Certainly, as everyone knows in this room, just about all of the residents on at least the north side of Glasgow, and many on the south side, because they're so adversely affected by the sidewalk and the shifting of the road, are opposed, quite strongly opposed. In addition, it's not needed. As Mrs. Kresge has said, there are no schools, there's no parks, there's nothing. There's 17 homes on the north side. And it's the easiest thing in the world to simply look both ways, cross to the south side, and go where you're going to go. Thirdly, we know that if this proposed sidewalk is built, mature trees on both sides of the road will be sacrificed to accommodate the unwanted sidewalk. If you don't build the sidewalk, the roadway will not have to be slightly shifted or reconfigured to the south in order to accommodate it, and then no trees, not these 9 trees on the south side, none of them are going to be cut down. The north side residents will all lose part of their front lawn. I'll lose my hedge. It's been there 30 years. It's a nice hedge, but it's close to the proposed sidewalk. It's going to be cut down or dug up or something, and they'll leave me with some roots, I suppose. Everyone's going to lose some gardens, shrubs, hedges. It's going to be expensive. It's going to cost at least $100,000. And it's sort of a joke in the neighborhood because it doesn't go anywhere. It just stops at Nell and doesn't connect with any sidewalk there. If you want to go to Fisher Hallman, cross at Nell, which apparently is safe. What we do have, though, is a bike lane and a curb that goes from Fisher Hallman on the north side down to Nell and doesn't go any further. Why not? I mean, it just makes so much sense, doesn't it, to put a curb and a bike lane from Westmount to Nell to join up, and then we'd have one continuous bike lane and curb all the way from Westmount Road to Fisher Hallman. That may just be a little too sensible. So what we have is we've got a sidewalk that's not wanted, not needed. It destroys trees. It destroys gardens and shrubbery and greenery. It's going to be expensive and it doesn't go anywhere. So why are we even debating the issue? It seems sort of like a no-brainer. The rationale or the argument of the staff in their report is that the sidewalk is needed, quote unquote, because of the policies and the guidelines in the pedestrian charter and the transportation management plan, even though at page 4 of the report it is conceded that this sidewalk may be viewed as an intrusion and unnecessary. Now they refer to pedestrian safety, barriers to mobility, and walkability. There's this bus stop at the corner of Aberdeen and Glasgow. I live one house away. Hardly anyone ever gets on or off the bus there. Secondly, when the number 4 bus comes along Glasgow, it turns left up the hill on Inwood. And there's a bus, when the bus is coming the other way back towards the terminal or towards Westmount, there's a bus stop right there. It would be the simplest and easiest thing to move the bus stop from where it is and put it on Inwood, where there's already, because it goes off Inwood down to Westwood and then zips around and comes out at Fisher Hallman. I paced that Saturday in the pouring rain, 162 steps from that bus stop up to Inwood. Took me less than 90 seconds. So that would be just a sensible way to deal with the bus stop issue. Walkability. My dog and I walk every day. My dog is maybe the slowest moving animal in the history of the dog world. And we go across Glasgow Street, and we go up Glasgow. Sometimes we go towards Nell, and sometimes she wants to go down Aberdeen for a bit, so we cross over and we go down Aberdeen, and we go a bit there, and we cross Aberdeen, come back, and we cross Glasgow, and we come home and cross the street. No problem. There's no barrier to walkability.
You have 30 seconds.
Oh, you're kidding. Well, I'm going to skip the mature trees. I got to read two things. First of all, there was an article in the Record. In August of 2012, where Greg McTaggart, the headline reads, Trees Come First in Kitchener. Greg McTaggart, who's up on the 9th floor, the manager of infrastructure, he says, we do have an urban forestry policy. If there's a choice between sacrificing a large mature tree, we will either build around the tree or we won't build it. That's discussing a sidewalk versus tree issue. I got to skip to the end. At the meeting December 9th, I talked to Steve Allen and Barry Cronkite, and I've had nothing but cooperation with those people and all the people on the 9th floor. And I said, if council overrules you and says no sidewalk, is that a problem? And they say, no problem. Easy change, no sidewalk, don't have to move the road, might even save some money. At that meeting, councillors Etherington, Fernandez, and Gazzola all said, we got to use a little common sense when dealing with unwanted sidewalks and the pedestrian charter. And surely this is the case here. And finally, Councillor Galloway said, which I found surprising, council can overrule staff if warranted. That gave me a glimmer of hope after all these two or 3 years that we've been fighting this issue. And if you do exercise some common sense and reason, surely this is a case where it is warranted. Thank you if I went over.
Thank you, Mr. Robb. Next delegation up is Jerry Tuttleman. Go ahead, Mr. Tuttleman.
I'll start off by saying that I'm hard of hearing, so if anybody wants to talk to me, I'm used to being yelled at, so go right ahead. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and councillors. I've had the opportunity of addressing you in December. Let me stop. My name is Jerry Tuttleman. I'm a senior. I live right on the corner of Westmount and Glasgow, and I've lived there for the last 33 years. We addressed you regarding the proposed sidewalk on the north side of Glasgow, and as unpopular as it might be to staff, it is, no matter how you put it, a sidewalk that goes nowhere. A sidewalk that is opposed and unwanted by the vast majority of the 17 families that would be directly affected by its existence. Look at it this way. The city wants to build this sidewalk, which starts at Westmount and Glasgow and stops at Nell. And when it's finished, the city wishes to gift it to the families involved. And you will say to us, this is your sidewalk, and oh yes, you will be responsible for its maintenance. Now keep it clear of snow and obstruction, and make sure that it is cleared within 24 hours of a snowfall, or we, the city, will clear it for you and charge you. Some gift. The homeowners will have to check with their insurance companies regarding liability insurance as well if that sidewalk comes up. Some will be able to shovel their own snow, some like me can't, and will have to pay for this work. Personally, if I might digress for a moment, the cost of snow removal for my property that fronts on Westmount Road is substantial. And the thought that you wish to hit me with another 110 feet on Glasgow portion of the property, and me, a senior citizen on a fixed income, is really unconscionable. And this may also be detrimental should I wish to sell. How many buyers do you think would be pleased to be responsible for maintenance of over 220 feet of sidewalk. I clearly understand that the staff is tasked with the job at hand, and I have no doubt that they do it well. I also believe that their job description does not include, other than reporting to the Mayor and Council, worrying about objections and concerns of the residents. On our meeting with you in December on the 9th, suggests that many of you were not aware that there was strong objection for this sidewalk. How could that have happened? Now, if I will ask you just to forgive me for my frustration, the staff reports indicated great concern for a whole lot of people: the elderly, the disabled, mothers with strollers, etc. Very commendable. But did you see any concern for those of us directly affected, those who are opposed, those who have to pay the cost? No, nothing. We apparently just don't really count. How ironic. On the other hand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, councillors do speak on behalf of their constituents. You are the only people we can appeal to. We have no other recourse. If you don't hear our plea, then what? Who do we talk to? Look, we don't want to fight City Hall. We just want you to understand and consider our concerns. Notwithstanding the staff report, which truly was full of hypotheticals, I want to concentrate on the facts and 33 years of experience on this corner. The south side sidewalk, which goes all the way up to Glasgow to Fisher Hallman, is underutilized. Other than school hours, there is practically no pedestrian traffic. The proposed sidewalk defies common sense. What is its real purpose? Is it a so-called measured mile so that old folks like me can take a stroll up to Nell and back? Or mothers with strollers can get some fresh air? All of this comes under the heading, maybe nice to do, but must do? I suggest that at very least that's questionable. And with so much opposition to it, in all sincerity,
can you wrap
members
up,
of
sir?
Council, I ask you, say no to this sidewalk. I thank you for your attention.
We have a question for you. Councillor Yaneski.
Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. Thank you for coming in.
Sorry, sir, I can't hear you.
I also have the same problem, too. Thank you for coming in. You lived there for 33 years, and how much frontage do you have along Glasgow Street?
110 feet.
110 feet, okay. And right now, there's no sidewalk that needs to be put there. That's in your opinion.
Sorry?
There's no sidewalk is required in your opinion on that portion.
Right.
Although you have one on Westmount Road.
I've got 110 feet that I'm responsible for.
Okay. Have you attended any of the open house meetings over the last couple of years on these issues?
I attended 2. On the first one, there was some suggestion that that may be a sidewalk, and I wanted to discuss it. And I was told that that would happen at some later date. Right now, these were just plans that they wanted us to look at. So yes, I was punted off into the corner somewhere.
I also understand that you called me back a year ago, roughly, and you had a couple of trees on your property that were removed without you being advised, right along the frontage of Glasgow Street. Is that correct?
In early spring of 2013, without the courtesy of telling me, the 2 trees were cut down on the north side of my property, leaving me completely bare to noise, pollution, dust, and everything else. And that was done, presumably, to prepare for what's going to happen in the spring of this year. So I have been left with ugly stumps, no trees. 2 of these beautiful maple trees were cut down. And to this day, I haven't had any comment other than from you, sir, as to why this was done. I knew that eventually, if the sidewalk came in, the trees were marked as being ready to be cut down. But why did they have to be done 1 year in advance of any work that had to be done? And why wasn't I told that they were going to be cut down?
Do you know who cut the trees down?
Pardon, sir?
Do you know who cut the trees down?
I have no idea. I assume it has to be either the city or somebody that the city asked to do it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all the questions we have. Thank you. Next delegation up, Mr. Ken Seibel. Welcome, Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. The name is Ken Diebel. It's more Germanic, so it's Diebel, not Diebel. I live at 421 Glasgow Street. Prior to that, we lived for 25 years in Old Beechwood in Waterloo, which was an extremely nice area, had lovely streets, only one of which had sidewalks, and only on one side. We're used to streets without sidewalks on both sides. We went to Westmount because the beautiful street that we bought on being Glasgow Street. We have a lovely old Georgian home. The first thing I did was call the city and ask them to put 2 trees on my boulevard. They have grown and flourished in the 18 years that we've lived there. They are now 40 feet tall. They are beautiful ash trees. People have said in that 9-page document, only 24 trees would be removed because of the sidewalk. I appeal to you, 24 trees is 24 too many. We have, interestingly enough, had the city look at our ash trees by their volition, and they are free of any infestation, and they will probably survive for a long time. Next year, I'll be 80 years of age. Do you think that a new trees on our street are going to be of any consequence to me in terms of the beauty of our street in my lifetime? I sincerely doubt it. Maybe you have greater life expectations than I do, but I doubt it. I implore you to save the trees as they reduce fumes from the buses and normal traffic. And yes, we have lots of buses. They beautify the street and enhance our property and the entire street, which is why I asked the city in the first place to plant the trees. We have an award-winning garden and have had numerous professionals and amateur groups tour it at their request, as well as charitable fundraisers, as they are considered, our gardens are considered prize-winning. Do not destroy our efforts to enhance the street. We are appalled at the suggestion that only 24 trees would be removed. The other issue is the sidewalk. We don't need a sidewalk. My office in my house, I'm retired 15 years, looks out on the street. The only time there's anybody there is when the school children are going by or when I'm out walking and others of us are walking dogs. There is no need. I have never, in the 18 years and many, many hours of watching from behind my computer, have seen more than 2 people walking on the south side the north side of that street. I'm on the south side. There's nothing wrong with our sidewalk, and the plan calls to replace our sidewalk, only because they're going to move the whole road, and it makes it imperative that our sidewalk be removed as well and replaced. What an abject waste. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that sidewalk. Only thing it's going to do by having a sidewalk on the other side of the street is they're going to have a 3.3 meter wide lane instead of 3 meters like we have in the portion that's already been done, not finished, by the way, to give them more space for the bicycle lanes. And that's because of the sidewalk, which we don't need, we don't want, and is a waste of money. I implore you, make the street 3 meters like the other way. Interestingly enough, there's more traffic in the section that is 3 meters, and they want to make ours 3.3, which will simply increase the speed of the traffic. We fought the same fight with the region over Westmount Road when they redid the section at Westmount and Belmont, all the way up to John. And they left the streets narrower. There's never been an accident. There's never ever been a problem with narrower streets, but it does slow the traffic. And that was our number one concern when we went to these meetings, was traffic control because of the children. There are no children crossing Glasgow. There are only children on our side going to school. I have never seen a child cross the street to go to school from Aberdeen.
You have 30 seconds.
30 seconds. I have to be fast. My third concern is the lack of water, and I think David's going to express that. My recommendation is no sidewalks on the north side of Glasgow from Westmount to Nell, because they go nowhere. My second one is to limit the width of the street to 3 meters per lane, which is all that's really necessary, and it will help improve greatly the lack of slowing of traffic, which was another main concern. Thank you for your consideration. Any questions?
Yes, we do have one question for you. Councillor Yaneski.
Thank you, Mr. Dietl, for coming in. Appreciate your comments. I've talked to you on several occasions.
Yes.
At the PIC meetings and privately as well, wherever we meet. You want to keep the sidewalk where it is in front and not have it replaced. Basically, you made that point.
Right.
There are 2 trees in front of your house that are intended to be removed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
They're part of the 24.
Part of the 24. And you want them saved?
Right.
Okay. And is it your opinion that the reason those trees are being removed is because of the width of the road that's being proposed there from Westmount coming back maybe to in front of your house to have an additional turning lane?
Well, it looks a little bit like that on the diagram, but I can't understand why they would want to lengthen the left turn lane going east, because now that the road's open again, there is never, ever more than 2 cars in that left turn lane, and it accommodates 5, the way it is now. So there's absolutely no reason to lengthen it. The lane coming the other way is actually shorter, and there's more traffic coming the other way.
Right.
So why would this one need to be longer than the one on the other side on Glasgow, at the other side of Westmount? Absolutely no reason. Just because they could do it, in my view. It doesn't need to be done.
For vehicles going eastbound towards Westmount in front of your house,
right,
on that left turn lane, is there an advance go or not?
No, there's no need for one because there's hardly any traffic. There's hardly anybody turning left. I'm probably one of the few that turns left there. And it's always red, and it's always easy to turn. There's no need for an advance green because there's no traffic to impede me.
Okay, so based on your experience and what you've seen in front of your property, the left turning lane that can accommodate about 5 cars now should remain as is, because
absolutely
it doesn't need to be wide. Now, is that 5th lane come to as far as Glasgow Lane, which abuts your property?
Yes.
Okay, so otherwise...
It starts at Glasgow Lane and goes out to Westmount.
To Westmount, okay.
Yes.
So the proposal is to extend it right across your frontage.
That's what it looks like, yes.
And it's not, and you say it's not needed?
Not needed at all.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. That's all we have. Last up, David Kresge. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. Needless to say, it's a complicated issue. I wish to speak to the second issue of the new construction, which is water pressure, but I'm just going to touch a little bit on the ongoing sidewalk debate first. First of all, staff refers to Glasgow as a collector route. In our experience, Glasgow is not a collector route, it is a commuter route. The traffic comes in the AM, goes out in the PM, and in the intervening periods, there is no traffic. Okay? And that's important to understand. That's what it does. Everybody comes into Sun Life, 1,000 cars, everybody goes home from Sun Life, end of story. The other important issue is, and Councillor Fernandez says she wasn't aware of it, the whole reason for the new construction is to put new supply lines from the regional wells at Nell to the Strange Street pumping station. And the only reason the city is piggybacking is because the road's going to be dug up anyway, therefore the city will replace its infrastructure. If the region wasn't doing it, the city would not be doing it. The whole point of the business is the well. And we live, because of the wells, in a water protection area. And any addition of concrete, asphalt, anything that requires salting and other things will put, polluted stormwater directly into the area of the wells. And that's why it's called a water protection area. Secondly, this is actually phase 3 of new construction on Glasgow Street. Phase 1 took place in 2000 from Fisher-Hallman down the hill to Nell. And at that time, even though all the issues in the report you just got today existed, to do with pedestrians, whatever, staff chose not to put a sidewalk on the north side of Glasgow Street there. And we've also spent 2 years going through traffic calming on the entire length of Glasgow Street, and nowhere in the traffic calming discussions did staff ever suggest that there should be a sidewalk from Fisher-Hallman down to Nell on the north side. In fact, I was told point blank, the sidewalk will never go on the hill. Never. So the sidewalk that's suggested for our portion of the north side of Glasgow is indeed a sidewalk to nowhere. And where we live, there's 17 houses, but actually from Nell up to Fisher-Hallman, there's probably 35 houses. So if a stretch needed a sidewalk, presumably it would have been that stretch, no sidewalk. Now I have to continue, I'm sorry, on to the water pressure issue, because this new construction is going to happen, and we've been bugging staff for years, telling them of our water pressure issues. And the regional water pressure maps show that, and if you look at the little map that Kathleen gave you, she's giving it to you here, and you can just take a look there. We live, because we're sandwiched between the golf course on the north, and you can't see it, but the railway tracks on the south. The only 2 streets in there are Westwood and Nell, and a couple side streets. And in this area, between the wellhead at Nell and around Aberdeen, there's an isolated area where we are where the pressure is 40 psi or below. We know it goes below because people have a pressure gauge on their reverse osmosis system, and it's below 40. The region has this area on their map. It's the only area in pressure zone 4, K4 for Kitchener, that has pressure that low that's a developed area. And we live within minutes of downtown Kitchener. We believe that it's unacceptable for new construction to go on, to put in all new infrastructure, but to say to us, we don't care about the water pressure issue, we're not going to deal with it. Just so you have an outline on the history of this, I went to a regional meeting, one of the consulting meetings, and I outlined and the regional meeting was to talk about the wells. And I outlined my problem with water pressure in our street. I understand, but this is important for you to understand. And the region said, "Oh, fill out a comment form, and we'll send it to the city." And I said, "But if you're telling me it's not your responsibility," because the regional person said, "Region is in charge of zone pressure. The city is in charge of distribution," and he said, "Your problem is a distribution problem." And he said, "But I'll send the comment form to the City of Kitchener," which he did. Now, that meeting was June 2010, 3.5 years ago. I got a call from the City of Kitchener Engineering in about September from a woman who I'm afraid I didn't get her name. She said she was an engineer. She said, I got your stuff from the region, and we discussed the problem, and she said to me, she said, actually, I can see that you live in a problem area, and I can see that it's a little bit bigger area than you're describing to me, and I have some time, I'm in the office, I'll look into it. So she was looking at the same things I had been looking at. Never heard back from her, unfortunately, but then we had other meetings, and at a meeting where we got documentation to do with the new construction, and this is February 9th, 2012.
Mr. Kresge, your time is, can you wrap it up, please?
Yeah, but do you not care about this?
We do care, but we do have guidelines and timelines.
I understand that, but this is important. So 2 years ago, the city acknowledged that they knew there was a water pressure problem. However, then when the new construction was done on the portion that has just been finished, this is what they said to residents. You may notice an improvement in water pressure because of the new construction. You may. But if there continues to be low water pressure, the owner of the property may choose to replace the remaining length of water service, that costs $5,000, or change all the plumbing in their house at their own expense. So staff has said, we don't care about your water pressure, and you can change all your pipes and stuff, and maybe that'll help you out, but we're not going to do anything about it. And we don't want new construction to go ahead. What would be the point of replacing all the infrastructure and not fixing the problem? And the problem is a problem of the neighborhood. This involves several hundred people. It's not my house. It's not their houses. It's a funny little pocket in your distribution system. And you people sell us the water service, and it is your responsibility to deal with this problem. And since we're on an 80 to 100-year cycle, according to the report, we need you to do something before you approve the new construction to go ahead. Now, staff has suggested, it's the region. Well, if it's a region, the region is up the street and around the corner. The region has known for 3.5 years, and city has known for at least 3 years. They should get together and discuss it before the shovels go in the ground. So please, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. This is very important to us. When you flush the toilet, the people can't wash dishes in the kitchen. That's what 40 PSI means, folks.
Okay,
this is not a laughing matter.
Okay, Mr. Kresge, we have a question for you from Councillor Yaneski.
The question I had pertained actually to the water pressure item, and you indicated that it's below 40 PSI, according to some of the residents who have taken an analysis. What is the water pressure on your house itself?
Well, I don't know I don't have a pressure gauge.
Oh, you don't have one, okay.
No, but one of my neighbors has a reverse osmosis water filtration system, and she said it's 38. You know, it fluctuates a little bit. This is the lowest area of pressure in the whole of Zone 4, which covers most of Kitchener. And we're not out on the edge of town or something. Okay, we can walk to downtown Kitchener, but we've got awful, and in all the surrounding areas, pressure is 50 to 80. The other side of the well at Nell, on our side, it's 40 or below. On the other side, it's 100 PSI, 100. So if it's as simple a situation as getting the region to open a valve and let our area into Zone 5, where it's 100, we'd like them to do it. But we're afraid that if they diddle around the way they have for 3 years, the construction will be done and then someone will say, oops, you know, we should have turned that valve during new construction. And that is our big concern, that nothing has been done and nothing's even being pretended to be done.
Is that all you have? I have one question. Mr. Kresge, have you approached the region at all? Have you?
I told you, I told the region at that meeting in 2010, and they said it's a distribution problem. We'll send your concern to the City of Kitchener. Now, Councillor Davies, who has left for some reason, suggested last meeting, you residents should go to region. We have regional representatives. Well, Carl Zare is our regional representative too. We might suggest that you people pass a motion suggesting that, that committee members there go to the region and talk on our behalf. Because we buy our water from the city of Kitchener. We do not buy it from the region. The region said, we're in charge of pressure zones. They said, you have a distribution problem. That's the city. So I'm sorry, but the buck stops with you.
Okay. We'll have some comments from. Do we have any questions to staff?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kresge. Councillor Yaneski.
Thank you. I have a number of questions to staff dealing on the presentation by the delegations, and maybe staff can help me out on answering some of these. The city policy on sidewalks was implemented by council in what year?
Go ahead, Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you. Through you, the chair. There's a variety of policies that relate to the implementation of sidewalks. The Kitchener Development Manual was approved by council in 2010, which is recommending sidewalks on both sides of all roadways. The Pedestrian Charter was approved by council in 2005. The Transportation Master Plan, which speaks to the reprioritization of how we design streets, was approved in June of 2013. The Transportation Demand Management Plan was approved in February of 2011, and the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act was approved in 2005. So all those measures came in following the last construction on Glasgow Street between Fisher Hallman and Nell.
Okay, and so as a result of the construction of the sidewalk and the construction and the improvements of the roadway system between Nell and Fisher Hallman, that took place in 2000, 2001 time period. I'm not too sure exact date, but right around there.
Yes.
So as a result of that, and Mr. Carmichael, you were around at that time, the issue was of a concern in terms of the width of the road, the speeding, sidewalk issues, etc. And as a result, what was implemented, what we see there today, is an approved curb and gutter road system, a sidewalk on the south side from Fisher Hallman all the way down to Nell, and on both sides, stone barriers, retaining wall type barriers, I'm trying to find the exact word here, that were put in to provide for changes because the grades of the road were much higher at that time, and it was more of a descending degree of the angle at that time. So to reduce that, that's why those boulders were put in to smoothen down the roadway. Is that correct?
I would suggest it's not my position to speak to the engineering of retaining walls. Perhaps our engineering folks could speak to that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, there was a question in there, if you could repeat that.
Oh, okay, I'll repeat that because I know you thought the question was directed elsewhere. In 2001, when the road improvements were being made between Fisher Hallman and Nell, the roadway was a very natural roadway. It was an old farm road going back to decades ago. To improve that was done at that time, and to implement a sidewalk, and also to take into issue of the road speeds of coming from Fisher Hallman down or in towards the city, the elevation of the road was such that it was natural based on design, but as soon as you got to the top of the hill, it just was more of a steeper decline. So to compensate and correct that, it was more to level down and reduce the degree of the slope from whatever it was, I don't know, maybe 6% down to 4%. I'm just making up these figures, but just for round figures. And as a result of that, taking off the top of that little bit of the knoll, you had to have retaining walls on both sides to keep the sides of those properties back. And you push them back in such a way to allow also a sidewalk to be built on the south side. That's what happened at that point in time. So as a result of all that, decision was also made not to put a sidewalk on the north side. And there was no city policy at that time to have sidewalks on both sides. Sidewalk was needed because that portion of the road was quite narrow, and there were kids going and pedestrians, and you needed some type of access. So that solved the problem as I would see it. So now that you've answered the time of the timing, when you put the sidewalk in on the north side from Westmount to Nell, along the golf course frontage, there's that little lull in there as well, and there's a whole mass of vegetation of trees and shrubbery, etc. Almost will all of that be removed to implement the sidewalk and some elevation put in to bring the sidewalk to more of the road level?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there is a depression there. So in order to build the sidewalk, we do have to build a little retaining wall, which is about 5 feet tall, for about 60 meters along the golf course frontage. There is some vegetation being removed, but the bulk of it is going to be remaining in place. We're just removing enough vegetation to allow us to construct that retaining wall and install the sidewalk.
So how far will that retaining wall be between the existing roadway and the property line, roughly? Halfway? Closer to the...
If it's consistent with the other parts of Glasgow, it would still probably be about 3 meters from the wall to the property line.
3 meters from the property line to the wall?
Yes.
Okay. I like that answer. The construction that's taking place, that just sort of took place this past year between Belmont and Westmount, also included parts of the intersection. As a result of questions from Mr. Tuttle, trees on the west side were also removed because trees between Belmont and Westmount were intended to be removed as part of the reconstruction. Why was the trees on the west side removed as well, to the surprise of the property owner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to be clear, all the trees that have been removed on Mr. Tuttleman's property were originally planned to be removed. The issue in that case was this project was done in 2 phases, with the cutoff being Westmount. The first contractor for the first phase, his work extended through the Westmount intersection. When that contractor did his tree removals, he jumped the gun a little bit and went across Westmount to Mr. Tuttleman's property. The intent was to remove those in phase 2. It was an oversight, but the point is they were planned to be removed anyway as part of phase 2 works.
If that's the plan, and I appreciate that answer, is that the location of where the proposed sidewalk would be on the north side, is where those trees are?
That's correct.
Okay. The design that you had presented at the various open houses, especially the last couple, and I've had discussions with yourselves on this, as well as the variety of property owners, you've always shown a sidewalk to be located on the north side, and that was basically your objectives to show it because you're following city policy. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, essentially, yeah, all the rationale for the sidewalk that we've outlined in the report drove us to the conclusion that a sidewalk is warranted in this area. So any plans that we had shown to the public, we wanted to be up front, and I'm talking about going back to the traffic calming PICs as well. We thought it appropriate to show the sidewalk on there just to make sure that the public was well aware of the intent.
Okay. And in those PICs that we've had over the really 2 years, because the phases switched because there's more issues on this phase than the other one, and also with traffic because it was more of a joint type of presentation, because even though the undergrounds and the infrastructure is all being proposed and removed and upgraded, there are still issues pertaining to traffic issues, traffic calming, etc. And in those PICs, the residents expressed concern, staff came back, we had site meetings, a variety. And would you say most of the other issues have been resolved, or is there any concern about undergrounds, and curbs and gutters? As I would gather, it's all been, except for the sidewalk and the water pressure, all the other issues have been resolved, basically?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, that's fair to say. I think we have a good engineering solution for the reconstruction of Glasgow. Apart from these unresolved issues like water pressure and the objection to the sidewalk on the north side, I would say, yeah, it's essentially resolved.
Right, and that's the way I saw it as well. So as we went through these PIC sessions, the residents did pose their concerns to you about not wanting a sidewalk on the north side, even though the plan showed it based on your professional approach to including it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. When we finally finished the last PIC meeting, which was on October 30th, the residents, and you still presented your same proportion, and you are now coming forward to now go for opening up for tender and trying to get the ball rolling for construction for the spring of this year. But we really hadn't resolved all the issues. I asked you to whether you're bringing this report or this issue to council or council committee for consideration in the fall, and you said you weren't going to. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think my response was typically when staff are meeting city policy or adhering to city standards approved by council, we wouldn't normally bring up a report to committee for consideration.
Okay, and I can understand where you're coming from a staff person, because I had been there once myself, so I know the shoes that you have to fill in and you have to deal with. But we still had an unresolved issue with the residents. So I asked you to bring forward a report to council in the fall, after this in November or December, and you refused because you wanted to go ahead and move forward based on your policy. Is that correct?
Mr. Yaneski, Councillor Yaneski, that's irrelevant.
It's not. That's why we're here today.
No, staff have their guidelines and they follow their guidelines. You can't just request a report to give them to council without council's approval. So can you go on with another question, please?
So we didn't come forward with a report, notwithstanding my request to you. So here we are today, or basically back in December, which got deferred to today. With the drawings that have been prepared so far, showing the sidewalk in, is it any really big concern to modify those drawings to delete the sidewalk and not put it in?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the concern really is in all the rationale that we've outlined in the report for having the sidewalk. From an engineering point of view, removing the sidewalk is a straightforward issue, but that's not really the issue here. It's about why do we need this sidewalk?
Oh, I can understand where you're coming from, but my question was, if it's supported by council, is it a big issue just to remove it from the drawings and just move forward without implementing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a fairly straightforward deletion from the contract.
Okay. I want to now change my direction to the water pressure issue that's been raised by Mr. Kresge. And this seems to be back and forth, as I understand, between the city and the region. Could you help me understand from your position where this matter lies? Who is responsible for it? And how can we solve this problem?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have Angela Mick from Kitchener Utilities here to help out, but when this issue was brought up in December, we did have discussions with the region and Kitchener Utilities. The conclusion was that There is nothing that we can do at this time with the road reconstruction, meaning there is no infrastructure that we need to be thinking about installing at this time as part of this job to improve water pressures. The water pressures in this area are a larger issue. They're going to require some more study, and at that time we can come up with some alternatives perhaps, but I think I'll just turn it over to Angela Mick and she can maybe elaborate on some of that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Angela. Oh, didn't click it.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Unfortunately, it's not a straightforward issue with respect to the pressures. We work together with the region. The region controls the pumping stations and some of the pressure-reducing valves in the city, but we do need to work together. There's not a black and white line where that's strictly their responsibility, and the other side is ours. We have sat down with the region looking at this area. I was hopeful that perhaps there would be some valving, just as he suggested, that perhaps we could close certain valves and increase the pressures. Unfortunately, pressures are determined based on geography as well, so when you are topography, so a higher area has lower pressure. So in this area, if we were to play with the valving while increasing somebody's pressure, we would increase somebody else's pressure to the point of blowing out their plumbing. So there's a guideline for the pressures between 40 and 100 psi. It's a Ministry of Environment guideline. There's no hard and fast rule, but that is sort of the pressures that we deal with. And we do have areas in the city above that and areas below that that we try to identify and work through on a master planning basis.
So what did you say the pressure guideline was, between what and what range?
40 to 100 psi, and that's a guideline.
All right. In my conversations with the region, because I thought this was more of a regional matter because they handle the whole overall pressure zone 4, that this is all in, that would be more of a range of 50 to 80 psi would be more acceptable. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's that would be more of our optimized area between 50 and 80. Like I said, you get above 80 and you may have some issues in below 50, but 40 to 100 would be the Ministry of Environment guideline.
Pressure zone 4, is that one of the largest zones in the region?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure about the region, but it is
in the Kitchener?
The largest zone in Kitchener,
okay.
Yes.
And I understand from talking with regional staff that this portion of Glasgow Street happens to be at the most westerly end of the pressure zone 4, which brings it, and being higher in elevation, because the most lower part is right by the Grand River, and that being more the higher pressure zone area. So because this is the most westerly part, and they happen to be in the Glasgow Street area, and even though when you get down to now, there's a little lull of the grading, they happen to be, I think, as I understand, most unfortunately in the most poorest location for the water pressure zone in the city of Kitchener.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if that's true. There are some other issues in other areas where we have lower pressures as well. So I wouldn't say that they have the biggest issue in the city, but I would say that their pressures are on the low side. And they are on the pressure zone divide, as you indicated.
The city, when it's going to be improving its infrastructure, installing it, will have laterals from the street main to the property line. They will be 1 inch in diameter?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, they will be upsized to 1
Okay.
inch.
They'll be upgraded from the current?
Yes, the current size would, for the most part, be below 1 inch.
So the current is about 3/4?
Yes.
Okay.
5/8 perhaps.
So, but that only takes it from the water main to the property line, correct?
Correct.
Will that portion itself help in terms of increasing water pressure? Or does the homeowner still need to do some improvements to his property from the property line to the house?
Through you, Mr. Chair. That should certainly help. That's increasing the diameter, more water can flow through, but it's still going to hit the private side as well. So if you think about when we replaced the water main, the water services were installed at the same time generally, so the age of those services are the age of the main, and as the main gets more calcium, magnesium covering it, the diameter gets smaller, and the diameters of the surfaces get smaller as well over time, and also they age and need to be replaced as well.
Okay, and I understand that, just sort of standard practice. In other zones, in other areas within a zone, depending on where you're located, you have high-pressure zones. And anything over 80, I understand in the industry right now, requires homes to have water pressure reducing devices installed. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's through the building code.
Because they got high water pressure, and one way to compensate for that is to put these water pressure reducing devices. Let's look at it the other way. Can you put a water increasing pressure device in to increase the water pressure in these areas? Is there such a device?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's booster pumps. So there's some locations in the city where the individual homes have booster pumps. Some people on private wells may choose to have booster pumps. Some high rises where the water has to go all the way to the top have booster pumps.
So is that an alternative?
That would be a private side alternative, correct?
That's a private thing. Is there anything the municipality can do to include in their laterals some type of device to increase the pressure?
I am unaware of something that could be put on the laterals.
I don't know, I'm asking.
There are pumping stations,
Yeah.
which would increase the pressure to a large area. That would be a regional. Pumping stations are covered by the region. But yes, if it's a large area, a pumping station would be more appropriate.
So if the homeowner then installs a booster pump in their home, that'd be installed right at the, just inside the water meter where the water comes in the house, basically? Is that what? So this way the whole house has the benefit of the high water pressure. What does something like that cost, ballparking?
I have no idea. I'm sorry, I could look into that for you. But
Okay, I have no idea either. Does anybody else in staff know?
$2,000?
No?
Perhaps.
Okay, that's something that needs to be checked out. I have no further questions of staff.
Councillor Gazzola?
I'm getting slowly confused here. I came here thinking to talk about sidewalks. Can I just go back? I understand this whole thing has been precipitated by the region wanting to do some work. What is it that the region wanted to do that caused this? Was it an attempt to improve the water pressure, or was it some other issue?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the genesis of the project was actually the condition of the underground infrastructure, so the sanitary, the storm, and the water main on Glasgow. When we notified the region that we were doing the project, they piggybacked onto our project for the completion of their raw water main, which takes raw water from the well down to Strange Street.
Okay, you've answered. So it was our sanitary sewer project. Okay. I want to go over a few of the items here. There are 17 homes. Are any of those homes currently in favor of putting sidewalks on the north side?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think I'm going from memory, but I believe one of the delegations on December 9th did a survey, and they said one resident was in favor.
Okay. Now, we've had a couple of public meetings here in council chambers. They have never come to present their issues. Is that right?
Not to committee or council. At the PICs, I did personally speak to somebody who was in favor of the sidewalk,
Yeah.
not that it was this person that was on the vote. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. So, one of the delegates mentioned that there are 24 trees to be cut down because of the sidewalks. Is that a fact?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the report states there's 24 trees in total to be removed on the job, 9 of which are to be removed as a direct result of the sidewalk. And I want to point out that 5 of those 9 are ash trees.
Well, let's not go there now. But first, so regardless of the sidewalk, you're telling me that 15 trees were going to be removed to do the road work? Or was it the road work moving over that caused those trees to go?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's several reasons why we might want to remove a tree during the road reconstruction. One reason might be it's in the way of the new infrastructure. Another reason might be it's in declining health, and now is a good time to remove it. So I can't comment on the reason for all 24, but I did do a count. 9 of them are due to the sidewalk.
You talk about, you brought in the white ash. Were any of those trees injected that we're removing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't believe any of the street trees were injected, any of the ash trees.
Have there been a lot of collisions, accidents involving pedestrians and cyclists on that stretch of the road?
Mr. Carmichael, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Through you, the Chair. Our analysis, as we presented it through the traffic calming review, we showed the collisions, but there was none involving pedestrians directly, no.
So that isn't an issue. There was, while you're on the stand there, somebody else, one of the delegates talked about the difference between a collector and a commuter. Was that a valid comment that was made?
Through the Chair, I can appreciate the delegates' comments in that regard. So obviously, we're referring to how the roadway is classified within our official plan as a major collector roadway. While it certainly does serve a function for commuter traffic, it's also servicing the local area as well. But it's functioning as a major collector roadway, which has commuter traffic on it, yes.
But what they said was a valid point, that it's really twice a day that it serves as that sort of a function. From what I've heard from the various meetings that we've had here, it isn't a question of a lot of steady flows going through there along that street.
That is probably a fair statement, yes.
Yeah, it's over the years, I know we've had this issue of trying or having a goal of putting sidewalks on both sides of the street, but over the years, there have been a number of occasions where we have listened to residents who don't want them, and we've gone along with their wishes. Can you tell me how often that has happened in the past?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have a list of those projects that didn't go through, but I can tell you that, I mean, although there's these policies in place, staff do apply some discretion when applying the policy. As stated before, the city places a high value on trees. So if there's an issue where a lot of trees would have to be cut down, a lot of mature trees, to accommodate a sidewalk, we won't do it. I can point to several examples where we have not installed sidewalk on both sides of the road consistently for other reasons. Glasgow is a road where we've looked at all the benefits to the sidewalk and the drawbacks and have concluded that the benefits are great in this situation.
Okay, you mentioned that the sidewalk is warranted. What can you give me one or two main warrants that lead you to this conclusion? What are the couple of the main factors as to why we need to have sidewalks on both sides of the road?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the report speaks to all the issues. I think first and foremost is the policies and plans that council has approved, encouraging walkability, encouraging pedestrian safety, are probably at the top. For Glasgow itself, I mean, you have a very busy road with a lot of cars. We have a cycling lane now, or we're going to after this reconstruction. And you have one side of the street where if people want to walk along there, if you happen to live there and need a sidewalk, you have no options. So the report speaks to other issues, but those would be the first two that I would list.
Yeah, walkability and pedestrian safety. That's right. What about the last part of the sidewalk on the north side? Why not a sidewalk there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you're referring to the piece up to Fisher
From
Hallman.
Nell to Fisher Home.
The goals of the sidewalk infill program, or one of the hopes of it, is that you do these infill when you're in the neighborhood doing work. So a road reconstruction is a perfect example where you're ripping up the whole road, gives you an opportunity to install that sidewalk and fill in those missing pieces. We are not doing a full road reconstruction between Nell and Fisher Hallman. So we don't see it as a good opportunity to jump in. It would be an add-on, I guess is what I'm saying. It was always out of scope of the Nell to Westmount project.
Well, why wasn't it done in 2001?
As pointed out by Mr. Carmichael, a lot of these policies and plans that council has approved were not in effect in 2000 when that work was done. I think if that was coming up for reconstruction now, we would be having a serious discussion about implementing sidewalk on that side. And despite some of the comments going around that there will never be a sidewalk on there, I can't say that. I look at when I look at that section of sidewalk, I think of that roadway, I think there is an opportunity to get a sidewalk on. I haven't done any engineering on it, so I'm not going to say one way or the other, but I wouldn't rule it out.
Well, I'd have a comment on that, but I'll leave it for the comment section. Thank you.
Councillor Verbanovich.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. The first one, and you started talking a little bit about the trees and the fact that there's 9 of them that are directly related to the sidewalk. And I know there were some other questions being asked around the trees, but I had to go talk to Ms. Houston for a second, so I apologize if you answered this. But if we don't put in the sidewalk, in addition to those 9 trees, is there any other adjustment that can happen that would allow us to save more of those trees, notwithstanding the Emerald Ash issue?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a little bit more complicated than that. Some of the trees that are going to be removed because of the sidewalk are actually on the other side of the road. And the reason for that is to accommodate the sidewalk and to put it in a location that had least impact on the properties on the north. We've had to shift the road slightly or narrow up some boulevards on the south side. So some of the trees that are being removed are actually in the boulevard on the south side. So if we remove the sidewalk, if we eliminate the sidewalk on the north side from this contract, the only way we'll save those trees on the south side is if we do a redesign and shift that road back up to the north. So it's, in short, it is possible, but it's not as straightforward as that.
Okay, and do you have any idea of what the cost of that would be if you did that kind of shift?
I don't have a cost for you, sorry.
Would it jeopardize the project going forward this year?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that would result in a delay to the project. It is a long construction duration. We want to get that started as soon as we can, as soon as the snow melts. It would jeopardize probably construction this year.
Okay. If you don't have those costs today, what would it take to gather that information?
That information can be provided, no problem, tomorrow.
Okay. So just on the issue of the water, I mean, there were 2 issues. One was the location of the wellheads, and the other is the issue of the water pressure. In terms of the wellheads, how much was that considered, and how are the concerns that have been addressed by the residents, including potential for runoff and so on, being addressed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are aware of the wellhead. The reconstruction of Glasgow should not have any impact negatively to the wellhead at all. In fact, I would say it would actually provide a bit of a benefit. Part of the reconstruction is installing curb and gutter along the roadway. Right now, runoff from the roadway is draining off towards the golf course and then seeping into the ground, whereas after the reconstruction with the curb and gutter, that will all be collected by storm sewers.
Okay. If the curb and gutter were put in place but no sidewalks, would that potentially be a better situation for the wellhead? Because presumably then there also wouldn't be any salt being placed on the sidewalks?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the addition of curb and gutter would definitely be a positive for the wellhead. The sidewalk, whether it's in or out, depending on the maintenance practices of the golf course for that piece of sidewalk, it could be a benefit if they don't put salt on, yes.
But the region, just specifically on the wellhead area, the region has not expressed a concern about that?
To the best of my knowledge, no, they have not.
Okay. And then the last question then, if I heard the responses correctly earlier, we're anticipating some improvement by going to the new 1-inch pipe on the city side of the laterals, which will help a little bit, but it won't resolve the ultimate situation. When do we think that, in light of our capital plans going forward and so on, when do we think that the overall situation can be resolved?
Through the chair, that would be as part of the region's water distribution master plan. Something like that would be identified. It wouldn't be through a city project or a reconstruction or a 10-year capital. There is a draft of that water distribution master plan out right now. I think they're going to finalize it shortly. I can review that and see if that location has been flagged for anything in the next few years.
Okay, I mean, I think it's important information as we ultimately make a decision on this, so we can maybe check with the region and get that information to us so that we can consider that before making a final decision. Thank you.
Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Yeah, I'm actually looking to bring forward a recommendation in order to move this forward because I think we've talked about it many times and I'm prepared to make a decision. And so the recommendation that I would bring forward is that Council approve the exemption to the sidewalk policies on the north side of Glasgow Street from Westmount Road to Nell Drive, so sidewalks are not installed, and that staff look into addressing the water issue and bring information back to Council with that respect. And if I can just quickly speak to it, as one of the delegation mentioned, it's Council's decision at the end of the day. The staff have done their job, and this is what I said the last time. Staff have done their job and followed the policies that have been outlined by Council for the overarching issue of this citywide. But we have the opportunity to make exemptions to those policies. So I say staff have done their job. Now it's Council's decision whether or not, in this case, we look at making that exemption. And for that reason, I think, there's been many arguments that have been made in order to support not having a sidewalk on the north side. And therefore, in this circumstance, that I am willing to support the exemption of the policies to not have the sidewalks installed on the north side.
Okay, with that, we still have some further questions to staff. talking to Councillor Glenn Graham in Etherington? Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Glenn Graham.
Actually, I'm willing to go right to comments, but I'll defer to Councillor Etherington since you have a question.
Just hold on 1 second. Go ahead, Councillor Etherington.
It's actually to Mr. Carmichael. We have a situation, Ken, as far as I'm aware, that if you do a survey, a public survey of a street for traffic calming, you need a certain percentage of residents to approve before you do anything. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. Our policy, excuse me, with the traffic calming policy is a minimum 50% response rate with 60% in favor. But that speaks to the traffic calming measures only. It doesn't deal with the sidewalk issue.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Davey?
Just comment.
Just a comment. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I'll be supporting Councillor Galloway-Seelock's motion. I think staff, they did the right thing, and I think we need staff to strongly defend the pedestrian charter. In 99.9% of cases, I think we need to have sidewalks on both sides of the streets. Pardon me, everywhere. But there are always exceptions, and looking at how this will be portrayed, I know that many times I've heard people say, you can't fight City Hall, and I'm looking to the people that showed up today, and I'm hoping that they realize, I don't even want them to say that they fought City Hall and won. I'm hoping that what they go back and say is they came, they voiced their concerns, they provided strong rationale, and at the end of the day, I'm hoping that committee supports their preference to not have a sidewalk built on that side.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Just a quick point. Usually when something is ward specific as this, do we not allow the ward councillor to make the motion? Isn't it usually that's sort of the format that we try to go for?
Anyone can make the motion.
Okay. I just wondering if there was no opportunity for the ward councillor to do so. You know what? In listening to what the residents have said in December and again today, they make some very valid and serious comments and concerns about having a sidewalk. I've gone through this in my ward. A sidewalk was put in. It was a real difficult challenge. It really split the community. I think the points about a wider street increases speed. Absolutely, I've heard that from our traffic calming people numerous times. Narrow streets slow down the traffic. I think that's a very valid point that residents have made, and we need to look at that. This is a perfect opportunity to have a cycle lane on the north side and not have that interaction between cyclists and pedestrians. And I think that we could be looking at that as well. I think that there is a sidewalk on this street. People are able to walk safely on one side of the street, and to infer that we're going to be that this could be precedent setting, I think is really unfair. We need to look at these situations one at a time. Each street that has no sidewalks or has one sidewalk doesn't necessarily always have to have a sidewalk on both sides. I think we have to look at the situation. We have to look at what is common sense and what is practical. So I'm really glad to hear that the motion has been made to exempt the street from a sidewalk on both sides, and I hope that we will use that common sense approach in this list that I see of sidewalk infills. I will definitely be supporting that.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I want to start off by saying that I would have hoped that in cases like this, we would have let the ward councillor put the recommendation before us.
Point of order has been called.
Point of order, call the point of order, yeah.
Go ahead.
Or point of personal privilege. The reason I did it was because we were spinning our wheels and I was just trying to get the issue on the table. If Councillor Yunetsky wants to make a different recommendation, he surely can. In fact, Councillor Yunetsky has spoken a few times today on this matter, so if he was going to bring forward a motion, I would have clearly let him do that, but I was just trying to get the issue on the table, and so that goes to both yourself, Councillor Gazzola, and Councillor Fernandez in response to your comments. So if he's got something different, I'd be more than willing to listen to what he has to say.
Yeah. I don't want to waste a lot of time, and I'm not being critical of Councillor Galloway-Seelock. I just said that I would think it'd be a sort of a normal thing to allow the ward councillor to deal with. That's a separate issue. I'm glad the recommendation is before us. I've been around for quite a few years, and I've seen a number of occasions like this where the council of the day has made exemptions. I'm not faulting staff. Staff, not on all issues. Staff are professionals. They know what they're talking about. They're here to make recommendations, and that's their job. And at the end, the buck stops with council, and we say, thank you very much for your recommendations. Here's where we're going. So that's what's going to happen today. In this situation, it's even more, the reasons for exemption here are much more pointed that I've seen on a number of other occasions where exemptions have been made. But, basically no one wants the sidewalk. The point was made, actually, this no footpath. I think that's really an interesting point. That really tells you whether something is used, whether something is desired or not. So, the other thing I asked, what are the main reasons for sidewalk? One of the good reasons, it's walkability, pedestrian safety, and yet when I asked whether there's been a problem here, that's not been a problem. So, we really don't need to fix something that isn't broken. The other whole thing about this issue, I thought a number of years ago when this issue also arose that staff were going to go away with and come back, we're going to review this whole issue and come back with at least to give us an opportunity to discuss it outside of at a time when there was an issue right on the table. This whole issue of sidewalks on both sides of the road. And I don't know where that has fallen through the cracks, but one of the things coming out of this, I hope that will happen, that we do get an opportunity to review this whole issue. Because there are times when exemptions are valid. So I'm pleased to see where the direction is going. I get confused by this whole issue of water pressure. I really don't know what's happening. We are the retailers of water. They are our customers, and we need to be looking after our customers. We don't go whenever we have a problem and say it's our supplier's fault. The other question I didn't ask, and I should have asked, do these residents get a different rate for their water and sewer surcharge? If they're obviously getting lesser than normal service, are they paying a lower rate? That's another question for another day. I'm glad to see the direction it appears that most of council are headed, and I support the recommendation.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thanks very much, and I will support this the current motion on the table. I think looking at the merits and justice of this issue, we absolutely need to take a hard look at the bottom line here is that it's in the final analysis, the concerns that have been mentioned and well expressed do trump the staff's recommendation. And I agree that staff have done their job. The first filter should always be the pedestrian charter, trying to do the right thing. However, there's a number of concerns here. And I think that in addition to the recommendation, since we are waiting to pass the final motion regarding friendly amendments, I would ask Councillor Galloway-Seelock to consider a number of things to see if she would be amenable. One is the curb and gutter issue that's been raised, and I think that would be helpful to add it, to ask staff to give consideration to the cost of that. I think that's already probably featured in, but I think it would be a good thing to keep. Also, the narrower lanes of 3 meters would be of benefit for traffic calming purposes. As Councillor Fernandez talked about a cycle lane on the north side. And finally, consultation with the region on the bus stop, moving the bus stop as has been suggested. So Sorry that some things are already there. Councillor Yanetsky might be able to help me with what's there. So, but I do think that the lack of pedestrian pathways is very persuasive to me, that the fact that there is a low count of the number of people using that north side, otherwise there would have been a path. And the fact that we're talking about potential future uses of that is not persuasive enough for me. If there was a school there, if there was an infill development that was possible in this area, I think we'd have to look hard at what the future might hold. But I don't think that that's the case here. And I think that there's enough of a case that the people in this area don't need it, they don't want it, and there's enough concern about the fact that it's not required to suggest that it shouldn't be built. In addition, there's some element of what seems to be cultural heritage landscape that's not just related to trees, but also to the foliage on the north side. And I think that's something we've come to realize is important. And that was spoken to eloquently about the fact that there's a natural element that's been there for a long time, and it's a charming aspect of the neighborhood that we would lose if we went ahead with this. So for all those reasons, it's not a NIMBY thing. I think this is larger than that. It's about doing the right thing and reconsidering our position. I do appreciate staff's position, but I do think we have to go with the err on the side of caution and not build this.
Mr. Wilmer, care to have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Request of council: if it's committee's intent to grant an exemption and not require sidewalk on the north side, staff would appreciate direction from council as to whether the intent is simply to delete it from the construction drawings as is, or whether to delete the sidewalk and then redesign the road to shift it so as to minimize tree impact.
Councillor Galloway, Seelock?
Yeah, no, I just, I think for the, well, you want to know it? In fairness, I will ask Councillor Yanetsky to answer that first, and then if I have a differing opinion, I'll bring that forward at that time.
Go ahead, Mr. Yanetsky. Councillor Yanetsky.
Thank you. Well, we certainly have gone through this for the last couple of years more with the residents and staff, and I mean, they've worked hard. We've had many issues, and most of them have been resolved. A lot of the traffic calming issues have been resolved. Bicycle lane has been resolved. Parking bays have been resolved. A variety of infrastructure issues have been resolved. We made a lot of headway. It's been great, although we do have these two still outstanding matters. In regard to the water pressure issue, I have spoken with the region extensively, specifically Kevin Deleshny, and talked to him about what could be done, because it is a regional issue, although it is a water main source from the city. And it's a matter of circumstances of being in the wrong spot, in the wrong city, in the wrong spot within the city, in a higher area, which happens to produce a lower pressure zone area. And it's sort of an unfortunate thing that you really can't do too much on. You could do maybe some modification to increase the size of the pipe, both on the city side and as well as the property owner's side. That may help, but not maybe to a large degree. It is difficult to resolve that problem, and from my discussions with hearing staff here and at the region, there really is no resolution to it. That ends up being satisfactory to the residents, unfortunately. In regards to the other matters, I'd like to see the recommendation of the staff report be refused. I'd like to make 2 amendments to this report as well, pertaining to the issue of the left-hand turn lanes at Westbound Road that is currently there and was supposed to be extended. I would like to see it remain as is in its location in terms of the length of car storage. I think it's about 5 vehicles. And as pointed out, that has been an issue at all. And tying in with that, the adjustment of the alignment at that intersection with regards to the width of the lanes that was mentioned maybe being kept at 3 meters versus 3.3, and the road shifted in such a way, ever so slightly, with no sidewalk being on the north side in that area, to also accommodate and save 2 trees on the south side. That was pointed out by the delegation earlier this afternoon. That issue of shifting it over and of the roadway to save the 2 trees is one component of it, and the other component basically is the length of the left turn lane on eastbound on Glasgow at Westmount Road. I appreciate staff have worked hard on this and came back forward in terms of their position, and that's from their professional position, and I can understand where they're coming from. However, the buck stops here with council, and we do make the final decision on whether we put the sidewalk in or don't put it in. A lot of answers, a lot of questions and answers were provided. We're talking a fairly lengthy portion, almost 1 kilometer in length from Westmount to Nell, and it, as pointed out, leads to nowhere, although it will lead to Nell, and you can cross the street there. I'm not going to repeat a lot of the stuff that residents have stated. We do save a lot of the vegetation on the north side, right abutting the golf course. I think that is good in itself. With the deletion of the sidewalk, we can also save approximately $100,000 in cost of installing the sidewalk, etc. It's ballpark figure from the discussions I've had with staff to round off that figure. And as pointed out, there was no footpath there to establish any type of walking pattern at all. And so it's clear from what the residents have pointed out that it's not needed. I understand it's overall city policy, and I'm not against it, but I think there are exceptions to be made at certain points in time, and this is one of them.
Go ahead, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
This is just a follow-up because I did want to hear what Councillor Yanetsky. I think what would be prudent is just to allow for the exemption of the sidewalk policy to be voted on today, and that staff bring back the cost and timing of the redesign for council in, I guess, we're 2 weeks' time. So that would, I guess, be the direction that staff is looking for. Pardon? Well, all of this has to be brought back to council on the 27th, I believe, because we're in committee. So it's really just, let's vote on the sidewalk policy today so that the residents understand where we're going to go with that piece. And then let's look at having staff bring back something on the information that we're requiring with regards to the redesign of the road, which includes your left turn lane, which includes the width of the lanes and the possible moving to save the trees. Have them bring that back, that information for our council meeting on the 27th.
Can that be done, Mr. Allen?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if that is the intent of council to have something brought back on the 27th, we will not have enough time after that to get this thing ready for construction in April, which would jeopardize the construction schedule. I wasn't really expecting this, so I can't speak specifically that that's going to be absolutely the case, but that's my gut feel right now.
But irregardless, this is a recommendation of a committee, and there's no, so even if we passed your recommendation today, we could change that 2 weeks from now at council. So my concern is that we need to definitively make this decision. Unless this was on a special council of today, it's going to come back on the 27th regardless. Maybe that's a question for the clerk. It is an exemption to a policy, so maybe it can just proceed forward. I'm not sure, but it was an agreement to a policy as staff had written it, so I'm not sure.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, I think it is a purchasing issue. If I understand correctly, the tender could in fact be let with the sidewalk as an option. If council decided on the 27th to ratify the decision not to install it, it could simply be deleted from the scope at that point in time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just so everyone is aware, the original schedule to meet the April construction start, we had to tender this thing 3 weeks ago. So it did tender already and it has closed. We have not awarded it, obviously, but in order to meet construction timelines, we had to proceed on that basis. But we can still go back if required and change it. But just I wanted you to know that it had been tendered.
I'll stick with the original recommendation of bringing back that information for the potential redesign on the 27th of January at the council meeting. It may delay construction, but I don't think it'll delay it enough.
Mr. Robinson?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think what we're trying to say is if we're being asked to redesign the road, the construction this year is at risk, as long as we're clear on that. So if we need to save trees and change lane widths and turning lanes and all that, that's a redesign. There are going to be staff costs associated with that. We can't do that in the next 2 weeks, and it will put our schedule to construct this year at risk. Steve?
Okay. Okay. Okay.
We get to decide on the 27th whether or not we go in that direction for the redesign. I think that's what I'm trying to say. So there's a chance we will and there's a chance we won't, and that would be something I would look for in staff's report that comes back to council, is for what the pros and the cons are to a full redesign. So really it's just the information that allows us to make that educated decision on the 27th.
Okay, I'm gonna allow 3 more comments, and then we are gonna move a motion on Councillor Inesky, and we'll see where that goes, and then we're gonna go. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Etherington.
Yeah, I'll make it fast. I always go out of my way to be very supportive of staff. But in this case, I really believe that residents and the communities that they form should come first. They'll always be my top priority as legitimate experts on any healthy neighborhood. So, as well, I support the pedestrian charter and what it represents. But I think when an overwhelming majority of residents, as in this case, oppose a sidewalk, and they make complete sense, and it does not inconvenience pedestrians, I think their views are more important than the charter. So I'll join the people who will be voting against this sidewalk, and I appreciate the work staff have done on this.
Councillor Vrvanovich.
Thank you very much. Back in 2005, the pedestrian charter was implemented as a grassroots initiative that ultimately took community and advisory input into consideration and ultimately was adopted. That's the policy that we have in place today. And along with the other documents that Mr. Carmichael referenced was what has guided the process thus far. However, Council's job is to consider exemptions to that policy, and that's what we're doing today. Residents, I think, have made a very compelling case with respect to the issues on Glasgow Road, and it's incumbent on us as Council to balance the policy, the broader community interests, and the affected neighbourhood. And as such, I will support the motion to remove the sidewalk from the proposal. I also support the notion that this other information needs to come forward to Council so that we can consider the other issues fully based on the kinds of questions we asked earlier on. And that, yes, may have an impact on the construction project, but we'll have to deal with that.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you, and I apologize because I need a clarification. So my understanding from staff is that if I support the additional information coming back, but then I just, come council, I just decide to do a simple deletion of the sidewalks, so no changes to the alignment, that by voting for the information to come back, I still have that option without affecting the construction of the existing, just minus the sidewalk, without any changes to alignment. Does that make sense?
I think I got that.
Okay.
The tender has been let. It's been closed, so we have 60 days to award that. So the award period was still going to be after the January 30th, after the January 30th budget meeting. So yes, we do have some time. So if on the 27th, council elects to just delete the sidewalk with no design changes, I believe we're still fine, schedule-wise.
Thank you. That's right.
Okay, so I just want to have a clarification. Councillor Ineski, are you putting a motion forward? Or amendment? Yes. Okay. Can you please repeat your amendment?
The amendment to the motion basically is two-part. One, that the road design at that intersection, the westerly part of the intersection of Glasgow and Westmount, be such that the left turn lane, the eastbound left turn lane, is kept at the same length, approximately 5 car lengths, and not be extended, and that the design of the that intersection be such to accommodate the lane change to a more northerly location to save the 2 trees on the south side at Glasgow Lane. That's roughly where they are. And the width of the lanes to be slightly reduced to accommodate, I guess, more current scenario of the road portion. I think that's the gist of it that I'm going forward with.
Councillor Verbanovich.
Thanks. Just, Councillor Yanetsky, are you asking that we approve this amendment today, or are you asking for information along with the other questions to come back for council on the 27th? Because if you're asking for that to come back as information, I can support you. But if you're asking for me to support shifting things without knowing what the cost and implications are and so on, I can't support your amendment today. So if it's info, I can support it, but I can't support it if you're looking for an outright decision today.
Well, then, what I'd like to know from staff then is if it's not the direction to make it as an amendment, but for staff to come back, they say they couldn't do it in 2 weeks. So I'm just wondering, what are we going to be waiting for?
Maybe we can ask staff to.
No, they said they can do the info.
You can do it?
Staff
Yes.
can do the info. Yes.
Okay, so I'd be prepared at this point in time, because I have another opportunity, to have them come back with the proposal to reflect the change that's proposed and take it from there.
Okay. Mr. Robinson? Oh.
Just for clarification, Mr. Chairman, I think what I'm hearing the will of committee is that you're looking for more information on staff on the pros and cons of redesigning the road.
Yes. Pretty well much. Okay.
With the various items that have been raised.
Okay, with that, we have no other questions. That's considered friendly, and we will vote on that. Recorded vote has been called for. Polls are open. Okay. Are they all taken, Colin? Okay. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Okay. Thank you very much. We do have one final item, Mr. Wilmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the benefit of those in the gallery who were here for this item and may not be clear as to what has happened, could we ask for perhaps the committee chair to explain what you've now done?
Yeah. So what's happened is committee has approved that the sidewalk will be omitted, and that other options such as the intersection and curbs and all that stuff will be up for discussion. On the 27th.
Thank you very much,
Okay. Councillor Davey, you have...
No, I just wanted to move item 6.
Okay, item 6 moved. Do we have any questions? All those in favor? It's carried. And that concludes Community Infrastructure Services. Yep. Councillor Verbanovich.
Since this ran an hour late, we will be gapping. I was going to say a 6 o'clock start, but I'll say a 6:15 start, and we'll take our break now, and then, so you can grab your refreshments, and then we'll start at 6:15 back in here.
We want to have there's one amendment that wasn't addressed. Go ahead.
Sorry, we'd like to add a further recommendation that the Deputy CAO of Infrastructure Services or designate be delegated the authority to request or provide services pursuant to the city's mutual aid and assistance agreement for an Ontario Water Wastewater Agency response network.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Davey. All those in favor? Okay, carried.